Welcome, everybody, to this room. Hi, everyone. Hello. Hello. You guys doing? How's it going? Yay. Hello. We don't got much to do today, do we? I haven't checked stream ideas. I don't know if you guys actually put anything. But I watch. What the fuck? There's nobody click. Anyways. How you guys doing your assignment? You sent videos on the stream ID. Videos to watch. Also, I haven't checked if I got partner yet. Nope, never mind. No partner yet. Might be moving on its own. Oh, okay. I'm in my model's mouse. So enough. Dude, it's annoying. It's over. Die. I hate waking up every morning with boogers. I do. Does that happen to you guys? Waking up dying, sore throat, boogers coming out everywhere. We have 1, 2, 3. Yes, Subnautica 2. New thriller. What's the matter when you wash up brush teeth? I thought about brushing my teeth in the morning. But then the coffee that already tastes like I'm eating garbage. Garbage heated in a microwave. It's gonna be like death. It's gonna be death. Literal death. What time is it there? It's 10 a.m. I woke up an hour ago. 9 a.m. So look at this thing, no check mark. Games. Hello. Supposed to brush your teeth after you eat? I brush my teeth twice or 3 times a day. Depends. Not when I fucking wake up though. I mean, it sounds dumb. Brushing your teeth after waking up. I don't know, it feels like a waste of time. What part of the world is it? Right next to Africa. And just below France. I know, I live in an amazing place. So. I mean, if you put it like that, it's even worse than it. Wake up, eat breakfast, and then brush after you're good to go for the rest of the day. Then brush your teeth before bed. Then The thing is that I keep my coffee until I finish this. So I have enough energy. To have energy to stream. It's my little car. Energy. Does it share the same number with popular DreamWorks movie? I have no idea. I have no idea. Well, what is this thing? And also, when I end the stream, I usually go to eat. Like eat it. Toiletly brush afterwards. You never seen Madagascar? Oh no! I live in Spain. Yeah, I love that movie. Well, I kind of stopped loving it a little bit because my brother has a Spanish saying that's so cringe. And he says it all the time. And his friends do it as well. I know I'm not gonna say what it is, but it has to do with that movie. I know they have not watched it. Sorry shit about the penguins. And dicks. Well, shall we see the trailer? Actually? Who made these? Isn't the same people that made the first one? Need to partner when? Ask you. I don't know. Ask them. I don't know, but ask them. Alright, let's watch this shit. It's not looking good already. Wait, are they both black? Not that it's important, but you know, it's just. Okay. Are they gonna kill them? Wait, it's gonna be multiplayer? All corporations. Why do they have to say that? Oh, the logos. And make sure you know. Well, I don't know, man. This is even worse than below zero. The Lost Zero trailer was actually really good. The Lost Zero was insane, even though the game was dog shit. And I believe I never finished it. Or maybe I did. But I uninstalled it really fast. It was like a literal scam. This one is looking worse, man. Like, there's barely nothing. We'll see though. One of the drama, I think, is the episode where they care about anything to fix their other games. I have no idea, I only remember. And I don't know if they did anything to like normal Subnautica. I don't know. It was messed up. Is the teaser not supposed to show anything? Okay. Yes, cause look. We live in a society. No? And those two characters are a red flag. I'll just leave it at that. Hopefully, it comes out a great game. I wish, God. Subnautica is on the top of games for me. Best games ever made. If they pulled off another one of these instead of a Below Zero, I don't like the art design decision, it looks like the Pokemon decision. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't like the art decision either, by the way, no, that's another thing, but I don't know. We'll see. Now, something that I actually care about more. That could be another scam.
Want the innocent to suffer? Then help me find the culprit.
2 hours isn't enough.
Falcon 2!
Don't
I
want
wanna
the
see
innocent to
Pew Pew.
suffer? Then
Something
help
we
me
haven't
find the
seen
culprit.
before.
2 hours
haven't.
isn't enough time to see all the branching stories, admire all the beautiful graphics, and discover all the secrets within the world of Stalker 2.
Who sent you? Richter?
But it is enough to be left impressed. When I wasn't taking stock on my paltry ammunition levels and hunger gauge, I was looking out at beautiful fields of red poppy flowers. When I wasn't getting distracted by at beautiful
Holy shit,
fields.
the beat right here. Yes, man. I didn't want to lower it.
Fields of red poppy flowers.
Yeah, dude.
When I wasn't getting distracted by an interesting side
bit
quest,
rate
I was
killer.
doing my best to lure mutants into an anomaly trap. And while it was over, just when it felt like it was getting extra good, it had still left its impression. The impression that the team at GSC Game World has created something special with Stalker 2.
Oh, that's a good gun. Yeah, it looks good.
I will preface all this by admitting that I am not a Stalker expert, meaning I have not played the 2009 hits, but I probably should be because I am a huge fan of games that offer us various options for dealing with a story scenario, especially those where one seemingly small decision can have effects that ripple through the rest of your playthrough.
No.
That's what this series, which began with 2007's Shadow of Chernobyl and was built on in Call of Pripyat in 2009, is best known for, and it's what struck me the most from my handful of hours with Stalker 2. I kept thinking about those decisions I had made and wondering if I had made a mistake by choosing a violent, guns-blazing approach, and wondering if I should have tried a stealthy or even fully peaceful one. But Stalker 2 takes it several steps further.
Чарівний край черемоша й прута.
There are times you'll have NPCs abruptly end a quest without rewarding you because you've looted the body of their dead friend, for example.
I'm sorry,
Who
sir.
gives a fuck?
Have that happen a couple of times and it'll give you pause even when you're doing the kind of routine task that you normally wouldn't even think about.
Suddenly, the voice of Monolith was gone. I felt as if I was awakening from a years-long coma.
Our demo began with that Enter the Zone trailer cinematic before we were unleashed into a small field area covered by the darkness of night where we were hunting for anomalies. These are dangerous
Damn, that
areas that have been
actually showed,
disturbed
like,
in
a
the
lot of
irradiated
things.
area and can reveal
When does the
powerful
game come
artifacts
out?
with special attributes on them. And on the
Oh, that
graphics
looks
front,
kinda
it can reveal
bad, though.
powerful artifacts with
Which is okay. But that's telling me that the UI, I don't think it's gonna be good. Whoever was in the UI design, man.
with special attributes on them. And on the
We'll see
graphics
then.
front, for both PC and Xbox, these areas look stunning on both platforms.
Скіфе, радий тебе бачити, друже.
This introductory
I think the shooting is alright. It's not like crazy,
area
but
and can reveal powerful artifacts with special attributes on them. And on the graphics
I wanna see how it feels.
area and can reveal powerful artifacts
I
with
wanna see how
special
it
attributes
feels.
on
I
them.
wanna do it myself. 21 November. Wait. In 30 days.
And on the
Sorry. Is it in like 50 days? Okay, the gang has a weird kick to it, but it's
front,
fine.
for both PC and Xbox, these areas look
like
stunning
a little bit
on
of a
both
weird
platforms.
Скіфе, радий тебе бачити, друже.
This introductory sequence introduces us to Skiff. While we still don't know much about Skiff, we did learn that he seems to be well versed with the new technology of Stalker 2, such as the Gilka 1 detector that you can flip open and use to search for artifacts as it beeps louder and louder when approaching the correct area. Stalker 2 artifacts are basically small objects that give you benefits like a faster stamina recharge. While attempting to plant and charge a separate larger topaz scanner at 3 such anomaly locations, I'll yada 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 over some spoilers here, because after a dramatic moment we wind up in the open world section of Stalker 2 where our journey really begins, with a main quest that we quickly find sending us on a search for an individual named Squint. But before tackling that Squint questline, I was surprised by just how much could happen in the open world. One example was an encounter with some unsavory folks trying to attack a character bunkered down in their home. All of our footage was provided, so I'll do my best to replicate that with what we were given. Anyway, once I took them out by sneaking around behind them and making quick work of them with a sidearm shot to the
That's a little
noggin, I was
rough.
introduced to a new NPC character. And on the animation for a second, no matter who you meet in Stalker 2, the character models express emotion and the somber mood is on full display as you sit around campfires on a brief break. This particular new character, however, sent me on a quest to check on his friend and a chain of other small quests unlocked because I opted to help this one individual who I could have simply
Man, I
walked
mean, the
past
god
had I been
feels a little
mainlining the
rough,
story
doesn't it?
missions. I found it interesting because it was an early example of how one
UI.
small side quest could begin branching out into a larger and more involved story beat that I could have easily missed.
Oh fuck!
Not only are there human enemies,
It turns them into dust. Bro, he pops them like a balloon. What the hell?
Not only are there human enemies to worry about, which usually have your standard arsenal, but there are also larger, more unpredictable flesh mutants and bloodsuckers who are
shit.
extra deadly and can make short work of you if you're not careful. And there's fields of poppy flowers to navigate, the latter of which sounds quite nice, but will put you to sleep forever if you wander too far off the main pathways.
You can't rest now, we're nearly there.
Not only does this keep combat and the wastelands of the exclusion zone interesting, but it also offers moments of awe as you look out at the beautiful red sea of poppy flowers, knowing you'll need to go in there and carefully navigate it to complete your objective. All that said, when I did finally find Squint, I was given two options: confront him with violence and head back to base, or help him survive and be sent on a completely different story branch with him. At first, I took the violent approach, but when I realized it felt a bit anticlimactic to end the journey with a gunfight, so I loaded up a save just before the encounter and went the other way. I couldn't help but remember the hundreds of hours I played Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas, some of my favorite games ever, and experienced that same lingering doubt as to whether or not I made the right decision in a given situation. Stalker 2 had just evoked that same emotion in a 2-hour game session. It may not be special, and a lot of games have used this before, but I hadn't realized how much I missed this level of nuance. While games like Cyberpunk offered interesting beats to explore, a lot of the stories wound up at the same place. I'm left hopeful that the branching paths can result in some wildly different results in Stalker 2's case. This brief session with Stalker 2, which seemed to start us at the very beginning of the game, reminded me just how great a branching style of storytelling can be from a gameplay perspective, specifically when it's interwoven as it has been here with Stalker 2. I can't wait to see what else is in store for the full experience, and I'm able to discover just how—
Yeah, no, that's fucking great. I mean, the story feels cool, but man, the gameplay. The gameplay. Gameplay is a little rough, you know. In your noise time, I don't think it's that
from a gameplay
bad.
perspective.
Yeah, alright. I've never seen Autobot. I don't think it's alright, but the gameplay though? I don't know, man. We'll see.
Specifically when it's interwoven as it has been here with Stalker 2. I can't wait to see what else is in store for the full experience, and I'm able to discover just how far things can unravel. Beyond the branches of storytelling you can explore and the pretty graphics, I also found it really refreshing to be challenged with managing resources like ammunition and food to ensure survival. If you don't eat enough, you'll fatigue easier, and that means worse aim or less stamina, which you can use to navigate a conflict by, say, running away if you want to. If you run out of bullets, your knife probably won't cut it in many situations, but you can try to instead use the environment to your advantage by luring your opponents into an anomaly. This kind of resource management lends nicely to the overall feeling this oppressive world is trying to convey, and it reminds me that every fight should be considered a calculated risk. Do I unload with my AK ammo that I'm very short on, or do I try and use a bit of stealth here? Can I get away with using a pistol, or do I need to get extra aggressive with these bigger enemies? Do I tackle this during the night when I can use darkness to my advantage, or would I rather use the sunlight to my advantage for clearer sight? The fact that the designers at GSC Game World have struck a balance with how much they give you, at least early on, with the scenarios you're put—
Or do the guns feel too big? Is this like real life measurements? Like, I think of a gun and like, I don't think they're that big. Like, they might be like, bit off. Like size.
Put in makes it feel like it's in a great spot right now. Hopefully this sticks for the rest of Stalker 2 and you don't become overpowered by the end of the campaign, because this feeling of desperation is what it's all about.
The pistols are fine though.
Eternal Spring? The Klondike
It's
of
so
artifacts?
Like, what the
A new
fuck is
home.
that? That's too weird.
I'm left with eagerness to get back into the world and see what other trouble Skiff gets into. Even though November 20th is right around the corner, Stalker 2 can't come soon enough. In the meantime, check out the Stalker 2 gameplay, and for more on all things gaming, keep it right here at IGN.
It's not all of them, there are some ones that are weird. Weirdly sized. I think one was the 8K. Bro, what is this? Oh man, the number. I don't know, man. The game is okay. I think the idea is good. It feels like a remake. I don't know. Gameplay feels subpar. The story feels very rich. It left me feeling like I just watched a Dying Light 2 again. If you guys ever seen about Dying Light 2, I don't know. Like, I shit is gonna be fine, but is it gonna be great? I don't know. What do you think of Project Ethos? Who? Who is that? What the fuck is this? Do I even wanna watch this? Man, where? Where are all these gamer girls? Coming from Valorant. Thinking they can bring their bullshit to other people with their games. Like, I have a feeling all these people that make these games are people that come from Valorant. That only play on a 5-stack and think that everybody wants it. Also, welcome to the stream, game course. Don't watch it, but I'm indecisive if I want to watch this. I mean, I kind of want to. I want to see what it is. I want to see how bad it gets. It's gonna be a cringe or die situation. I think I'm gonna. Yeah.
Extraction mode. And while I was excited to finally... Project Ethos is a new free-to-play third-person hero extraction shooter that mixes in roguelike elements. The main game of Project Ethos is in extraction mode, and while I was excited to finally see 31st Union's first project since its formation in 2019, I couldn't help but feel that a lot of the mechanics felt like they belonged in games from that year.
This looks blurry.
Here's the thing, Project Ethos is fine as a game. It hits all the right notes as an extraction hero third-person shooter, but my first impression after a few hours...
Wait, no, then... Let me focus, alright? So it's because when videos are so... They look like shit. I just... You know... Let's put it again.
Project Ethos is a new free-to-play third-person hero extraction shooter that mixes in roguelike elements.
Hero extraction shooter with roguelike elements.
The main game of Project Ethos is an extraction mode, and while I was excited to finally see 31st Union's first project since its formation in 2019, I couldn't help but feel that a lot of the mechanics felt like they belonged in games from that year.
Pokemons.
Here's the thing, Project Ethos is fine as a game.
Why do you have to make it a third-person shooter, bro? Why? Nobody wants to see your shit characters.
It hits all the right notes as an extraction hero third-person shooter, but my first impression after a few hours of hands-on time is that it seems to fall.
Bro, when people make third-person shooters, it just feels like a mobile game at this point. Oh my god, man.
Fall short of delivering anything that's truly genre-defying in either the roguelike or extraction shooter departments. In the preview, I was able to play 6 different heroes, each as you'd expect.
This looks like an Xbox Live UI.
With their own abilities and weapons. This forces players to
With a Snapchat. You know the avatars in a Snapchat that people can make? That's crazy, oh my goodness.
really get comfortable with that character's abilities as a secondary, since abilities in a hero shooter are only meant to enhance your playstyle. Your gunplay comes first, and Project Ethos has some fun sets of weapons that I thoroughly enjoyed playing with. The learning curve with characters and abilities was fairly low, so new players won't feel too out of the water when entering Project Ethos. Trials mode is PvPvE, meaning you'll be playing against real players as well as NPC enemies that exist in the map. The matches you queue into are persistent, meaning each time you enter a game, other players have been playing in that match for quite some time. You can see how much time is left in the match every time you queue in. With persistent matches, this also means that when you drop into a game, you might end up landing closer to some enemies who are running throughout the map. This also means you'll encounter players who are higher level than you. Each Trials match has its own leveling system. You earn XP from collecting XP shards from different loot bins you come across, from killing enemies, and from completing events that randomly trigger throughout the map. The events that could spawn into the map were a bit confusing at first look.
That UI is stupid. Oh my god, he has me. No, it's cause like... Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm having a scissor right here. I'm having a scissor. You need to get those characters. Yeah, you need to get these characters the fuck out of here. And you need to choose their UI. I'll maybe make it first person.
It was hard to see where some of the events were happening just by looking at the overall map. You'd have to really be looking at your immediate vicinity to find the local event and then go activate it.
So
after a few rounds of play, I got used to this method, but it was frustrating not to see the minor events on the map. When you level up in a match, you'll be able to pick one of 3 different power-ups for your character. There's a pool of 27 different power-ups to build your playstyle, and this is where the roguelike element comes into play. You can...
What? Increase highlight snap. Downing an enemy resists the cooldown of refractive. Oh. Are you putting cards in the game? You're giving cards which are extremely RNG. One extraction. This game gonna be fun, huh?
earn up to 9 different power-ups in one extraction run if you choose to play.
Doesn't the guy over there kind of looks like Thanos?
You can earn up to 9 different power-ups in one extraction run if you choose to stay in the game for that long and level. The random events that spawn across the map involve different activities that will unlock a big loot chest with bigger XP boosts, weapon enhancements, and cores. Cores are the big ticket items you'll be wanting to collect in each run, since extracting with cores will let you buy augments in the main hub. These boost the ability to get power-ups faster, give you health drops from the NPC bots that you find in-game, and other bonuses. None of these augments boost your damage towards other players though, so it's fairly balanced in that regard. Trials overall
So you can do more damage to a player, but you can become near invincible!
boost your damage towards other players though, so it's fairly balanced in that regard. Trials overall felt fairly balanced in gameplay, since you could decide to disengage from fights if things felt too dicey. It felt like a proper survival experience with your typical extraction shooters. While you could feel the imbalance of characters' weapons, with one having higher DPS than the other, you still had the method of escaping to offset that issue. Experience with your typical extraction shooters. While you could feel the imbalance of characters' weapons, with one having higher DPS than the other, you still had the method of escaping to offset that issue.
So basically, we don't give a fuck about balancing. Just run away. We don't care. Just get away. Save yourself. Man, what if... This is something.
In the second game mode I was able to play, called Gauntlet, there was no escaping. You're put into a 3v3v3v3 matchup where you're playing against another team in a small arena. The first team to score 3 victories wins. You're in a server full of other teams, since who you face will change each time in a Dutch round-robin format. So you will always only be playing one team, so it'll be 3v3, and then who you play will change each round. So I'm very new to a...
Those characters look fucking awful, man. I'm so sorry. That looks terrible. That looks terrible. 3v3v3v3.
It'll be 3v3, and then who you play will change each round. So I'm very new to a Dutch round-robin format, but from what I garnered, this format pits the bottom half of the teams against the top half of the teams. So Team 1 faces Team 5, and Team 2 faces Team 6. By the definition of Dutch round-robin, you shouldn't be facing a team more than twice. Regardless, this format was the one thing that worked for this game mode. Gauntlet really showed the imbalance of the character abilities and weapons, since you're forced to face your opponents head-on with very little play space. The sniper character Prism is incredibly strong, and her primary beam weapon melts opponents quickly in close range.
This is... I've seen Rust bottom-up servers on 2018 that had a better training zone than this. This feels like they just grab whatever free asset it was on Unity, just put it around in a few places, some doing a T-pose, some not doing anything, just standing, and that thing on the middle, I'm pretty sure it was free as well. And they just put like some AI generator rocks back around.
Range, and her sniper rifle allows her to deal devastating damage from a distance. Pairing that with her E ability, where she throws up a prism field that increases the damage output, makes her an incredibly tough character to beat, specifically in Gauntlet. In Gauntlet, you still have the roguelike element of having to choose from selections of your power-ups. This further displayed the imbalance of character damage and powers. However, I did like the competitive—
Why talking about balance and imbalance? Are they trying to run away from the fact of how ass the game looks? Like, you're not really explaining much. I don't know.
aspect of Gauntlet over Trials. It showed a lot of promise of what competitive play could feel like in Project Ethos. The gameplay loop of Trials and Gauntlet are very cookie-cutter and unexciting. They aren't experiences that you can't get anywhere else that you've already invested your time in. Fortnite came to mind as I played Project Ethos, and I found myself comparing some of the mechanics that exist in Fortnite that Project Ethos could vastly benefit from. Overall, I truly did enjoy my time with Project Ethos, but in the end, I was left feeling disappointed with the game so far as a whole. Project Ethos ultimately plays well, is enjoyable, and utilizes the extraction and roguelike aspects to its advantage, but at first impression, it fails at being a new experience that people will crave to play over and over again. For more on the latest upcoming game,
I'd call this when I highlight myself. Dude, it's insane they can put any fucking— they made it so that they can put any fucking character and they don't look right. Fortnite has made it so they can make a collab with anyone and make it look like it fits. Fortnite is insane. Fortnite has a role-like elements, or at least it did last I saw. What was the rogue-like element? Well, what do you consider a rogue-like element? Can I post the YouTube link? Sure. Random buffs. No. I'm thinking. Random. You got random weapons. But okay, so I think.
Libre.
Okay. It had random buffs up to one point, but then they took it away a while ago. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you could choose some things that were here, I think. Somewhere in the UI that you will get through the game. Yeah, okay, I was remembering. Yeah, they had that. Yeah, holy crap. I don't even remember when they took it away. I think they took it away because it was imbalanced. But then it was. Well, unbalanced. It was random, so like you couldn't really choose, but actually I feel like that you could reload with gold an amount of times to get different stuff. But yeah, they took it away. So yeah, I mean, Fortnite has the same problem Epic has in us, as in like random loot. You may get a blue, you may get a green, or you may get a grey weapon. And they matter, so that's one of the biggest reasons why I hate it. It's fine. It's fine. It's just annoying.
Have you ever felt that aiming in third-person games doesn't quite feel right, or feel as comfortable as it does in first person? Well, if you do, you're not crazy. There are some surprising differences that I'll show you, and I'll also cover how best you make use of this information so you can aim comfortably and accurately in both formats. Did you know that with your character offset to the left, like in most third-person games, it takes more mouse movement to move your crosshair to an identically positioned target when you aim to the left, and it takes less if they're on your right. In both scenarios, when you aim. Did you know this information so you can aim comfortably and accurately in both formats? Did you know that with your character offset to the left, like in most third-person games, it takes more mouse movement to move your crosshair to an identically positioned target when you aim to the left, and it takes less if they're on your right? In both scenarios, the target is positioned 90 degrees to the side of my character, and my camera is the same distance away. Yet you can see when aiming left, I end up having to look behind me to get my crosshair onto the target. With Kovac's sensitivity matcher, I can see that this took 6,000 counts of mouse movement, and when aiming to the right, I'm still looking in front when my crosshair lands, and it only took 3,200 counts this time.
What? And also, Apex doesn't have gun rating tiers, but it has random guns. You don't get the guns you want, and you don't get the mods you want. It's the same system in a way of like random guns. Fortnite is worse at it, obviously. This blew my fucking mind.
And it only took 3,200 counts this time.
But how the fuck are you making that? From what distance to what distance? Wait, and what?
To get my crosshair onto the target. With Kovac's sensitivity matcher, I can see that this took 6,000 counts.
Okay, but like, how does he know where to start swiping? Like, am I stupid? Or does it feel like he just put his mouse on a random place and then swiped a random amount of distance each time? 90 degrees to what? To the character? Oh, okay, I understand. Okay. Okay. No, okay, I get it. But that's still not fair. Like, yeah, I hope he automated it. Yeah, but man, I don't fucking... I'm not an expert on third-person shooters. I don't even like them. I was like, what the fuck is he setting the mouse? He's setting it so like... to the size of the character. Yeah, 90 degrees. Yeah. One is looking forward and then back, and the other one's both looking... Yeah, okay, I get it.
90 degrees to the side of my character, and
like, at the end of the day, it's the same amount of distance. When it comes to mapping with your crosshair, left or right, up and down, side to side, corner to corner, it's all the same amount of distance. So like, this guy is counting his character as part of this. But that doesn't really matter when you're shooting someone. your brain is focused on your crosshair. And your crosshair is right on the middle. Just long to aim at a specific target. No, yeah, I get it, but like this is like a weird scenario, I think. I don't know, cause like if you're always careful of where your crosshair placement is, it shouldn't really matter. Your leftly will take longer. It's going to be longer always. No, yeah, for sure, but I don't know. Yes, I don't know about this. This is more or less like a rare situation, per se. And it will be also matters a little. It like enhances or decreases the feeling of it.
My camera is the same distance away.
I got it.
Yet you can see when aiming left, I end up having to look behind me to get my crosshair onto the target. With Kovacs sensitivity matcher, I can see that this took 6,000 counts of mouse movement, and when aiming to the right, I'm still looking in front when my crosshair lands, and it only took 3,200 counts this time. My mouse sensitivity
cool,
is
I don't
technically
know.
the same all the way around. It's the exact same mousepad distance to aim 90 degrees left and 90 degrees right. But because of this camera offset, the position of the target on my screen changes depending on the direction I'm aiming. It's almost like you're playing on two different sensitivities depending on which way you're moving your crosshair, and in my opinion, this is the biggest culprit for third person feeling off, particularly for aim enthusiasts and for people with a flick heavy playstyle.
That's so funny. He's talking about me, guys. He's talking about me.
Let me show you why this is happening. When playing in first person, your camera is typically placed somewhere in the head of your player model. All of the
He literally defined me 1 by 1, bro. 1 to 1.
aiming you to pivots from that one point. But in third person, things get a little more complicated. You have your camera offset on the X-axis, which in-game is forward and backwards, and in most games you have a Y offset, so left and right, placing the character to the left side of the screen. There is also usually a Z offset, so up and down, that places the camera a little higher up than the player character. These variables can be configured in all sorts of ways. Paladins has no Y offset and a larger Z offset to compensate, but most games go for this over-the-shoulder left side perspective. The tricky yet necessary thing here is that your aiming pivot point is still inside your player character. If it was sitting at the camera position like it does in first person, aiming around would also move your character, which would be
Also, this guy knows what he's talking about and it's funny. And I think he's literally using the rarest skin in Fortnite. Fucking Borderlands one. It's apparently the rarest one.
rather problematic. So we have a
He's literally doing that to flex, man. I fucking bet you.
locked X offset, meaning our camera has to stay this distance away
fine.
from the character. Standing near walls can change these locked offsets, but mostly this doesn't matter. We also have a locked Y offset, so our crosshair has to stay this distance away from our character. They're not allowed to be decoupled and move independently. In this example, we have our player character and camera pivot point in the center here. This inner circle represents the Y offset, so the gap between the crosshair and character. And the outer circle is the X offset, so the distance between the camera and the character. Imagine this is our crosshair coming out of the camera. If I wanted to aim this target over to my left, I have to stay locked into these two offsets and pivot around the character. So when I aim to the left, I have to travel all this extra distance around it to reach it.
Wow,
And when
okay,
aiming
I
to
get
the
it.
right, I basically get to take a shortcut and arrive there much sooner. If I was playing first person, it'd be the same 90-degree angle both ways. But because we are locked into these offsets, our aim is noticeably different depending on where we are aiming. And here is one more example to show this off in-game. If I hold down A to strafe left and track this target, I start to move further and further away. And overall, this doesn't take much mouse movement to do. If I hold down D to strafe right and track them, I move in a tight spiral, meaning I have to use significantly more mouse movement.
Do you see the mouse pad he's using? Actually, there's a new one that I don't know about. Oh wait, sorry. He's using my mouse pad. Well, not exactly, but my brand. That's a new one though. They must have released this like, yeah, not so long ago. I mean, I had mine for like 2 years.
Examples are simply doing the same thing in different directions, yet the aiming experience is completely different.
Yeah, no,
To sum this
this
point up
guy
for
knows
how
what
it
he's
impacts our
saying.
actual gameplay, aiming at targets to our left feels slower, aiming at targets to our right feels faster.
Oh my
And
god.
one caveat here is that this effect isn't as noticeable at longer ranges. The effect becomes much more pronounced the closer they get to your sides. Ultimately, there isn't too much we can practically do about this. I think the most valuable thing to glean from this is an understanding of why your aim may feel off in these games. Simply knowing that you're not crazy or wondering why your aim may feel worse in third person can be quite validating and can help you get over some hurdles that may have prevented you from playing these games. I know that personally, considering I care so much about aim, if it feels off or bad in certain games, that can kill my motivation to learn or play it.
Dude, literally, holy fuck! Man! Holy fuck, dude.
When in the long run, it may actually end up being
Like-minded
something I would
people.
have really enjoyed if I had stuck to it.
Crazy.
With Valve's third-person MOBA shooter on the horizon, adapting to and learning third-person is suddenly more important to me, and I'm sure to many others as well. This left-right aim discrepancy impacts flick-heavy playstyles the most in my opinion. To have consistent and accurate flicks, you need a solid understanding of what mouse movements correlate to certain crosshair distances on screen. Tracking and micro-flicking tends to be a much safer bet in third-person games. Flicking still has its place, of course, but if it's causing you trouble, you may want to lean more heavily into tracking. Close range tracking in particular is easier in third-person too, which I'll get to in a moment. The second main point of confusion that's worth covering is how it impacts field of view. A common example I can think of is Fortnite players jumping into aim trainers like Kovacs and wondering what field of view to play on. While there are third-person scenarios, the vast majority are first-person, so naturally a Fortnite player will choose 80 field of view, the same as in Fortnite. But when you do this, everything feels so zoomed in and claustrophobic, even though you're playing on the same field of view, so what gives? Check this out, this is Fortnite Tile Frenzy on 80, and this is also Fortnite Tile Frenzy on 80 field of view. It may seem much wider, but it's the exact same setting. I've simply cranked the Z camera offset to 10,000. I even added 2 walls here at an 80-degree angle, so we can see we are in fact on that same field of view. What's changing is how much extra information there is between our character and the camera. I go into it in more depth in my screen distance video, but the quick version is that the higher your field of view, or the further your screen or targets are away from you, the slower they appear to move, and the slower your mouse sensitivity feels when aiming at them.
F4Nslux just resubscribed for 11 months.
Thank you for the prime, Francis. It's been a while, Francis. I thought you died.
For this reason, there is no perfect way to convert sensitivities between first and third person perspectives. Playing on your Fortnite sensitivity and FOV in a first-person game or scenario might technically be the same, but it will feel faster because your targets appear to be closer to you. The bigger they are on your screen, the more screen distance they travel. It's why standing in front of a target on first person makes the enemy appear to be moving very quickly, but when toggling to third person, they are taking up much less of our screen and moving across fewer pixels. So they appear to move slower even though their movement in-game hasn't changed at all. For our gameplay, the takeaway here is that tracking close range targets is much easier than in first person. Despite them being so close to us, they don't appear to move nearly as fast as they would in first person. The trade-off here is that tracking distant targets can feel more difficult. For long distance aiming, whether it's clicking or tracking, you'll likely find it beneficial to rely more on your movement to help you aim, rather than always using your mouse to move these tiny distances. It depends on the game, of course, but in general, I recommend setting these.
Wait, does this feel like a WoW
to rely
shooter? Wait, I just realized, why does this feel like he's playing WoW in a shooter?
More on your movement to help you aim, rather than always using your mouse to move these tiny distances. It depends on the game, of course, but in general, I recommend setting up your sensitivity so you can aim and especially track.
It's so funny that I learned all this without even knowing. Like, playing so much of it. Like, I apply all of these things to my own gameplay and you guys see it. But I didn't really think much about it, right? It just came in laterally, like moving around
Close and mid-range targets well, and rely more on movement.
Funny. What the fuck plays Paladins in third person though? Overwatch players. Maybe we should watch that screen distance video after. We can, sure.
Cover the long distance aiming. So if you're typically a low to very low
I love seeing about the guys, I do. I love the fuck out of watching this thing so much. Cause like I love aiming and shit.
Sensitivity player, you may want to ease up a little to be more useful in more situations. Remember, the field of view is often very low in third-person games. You may see a decent amount of information in front of you with the X offset, but above and especially behind can feel incredibly hard to adjust to if your sensitivity is too low. And that is especially true if you have to react to something on your left side. And another relevant recommendation here would be to not convert your sensitivity from a first-person game to third-person.
Holy shit, the finals.
And also not to get caught up on what centimeters per 360 you're playing on. Play the game and adjust it to suit the aiming for this new camera perspective and the aiming demands of that particular game. 45 centimeters per 360 may sound low to you in a high field of view game like maxed out Apex, but 45 centimeters is quite reasonable on lower field of view games like Overwatch or zero-build Fortnite. This comes back to the pixels per degree, but I've covered that in other videos, so check them out if you want to know more about this. And finally, I'll quickly touch on some visual quirks of third person that can contribute to some of the weirdness you may experience. With a left side offset, a target on the right side of your screen is larger than if they were on the left side. In this example, the right side is 9 centimeters, the left is 8 centimeters, and the center is 6 centimeters. It's normal for targets to be smaller at the center of the screen, even on first person, but what changes with third person is how each side places your camera closer or further to the target, rather than the same distance. And one last quirk is how much the scene on our screen shifts while aiming. When aiming left and right like this, you can actually see the path the camera is taking to move the crosshair around. The camera doesn't just look left, it curves around.
This is making me wanna install Roblox again.
Shifting and exposing the screen quite dramatically. This is especially noticeable if we use extreme offsets. Aiming like this feels incredibly awkward and basically impossible. While we're not being subjected to crazy offsets like this in-game, the same impact is still happening, just to a lesser degree. Fortunately, these are the sorts of things you will adjust to over time. They may just present some initial awkwardness if you aren't accustomed to third-person aiming yet. To help myself learn more about third-person aiming, and to adjust to it as quickly as possible, I started making a custom Fortnite map that would let me get my aiming reps in, as I didn't like how much downtime popular combat maps have, and the Battle Royale modes especially have far too much downtime for what I wanted. I wanted constant third-person aiming against moving targets in a real game environment, so that's exactly what I ended up making. And it totally exceeded my expectations in how useful it ended up being. This isn't just for learning and practicing aim in Fortnite, but for third-person perspective in general. While the exact offsets and field of view will be different between games, they're usually pretty close these days, so there's plenty of skill transference. And while I initially played to learn about third-person and practice Fortnite, most recently I've been using it to prepare for Valve's upcoming game. The map is called Aim Arena, and you can find it in-game in Fortnite by that name or this code, and this is how it works. You spawn in, choose your loadout, then head into the arena. If there are less than 2 players in that arena, it automatically populates with free-for-all bots, so you always have something to aim at. You fully heal on kill, have instant reloads, and if you die, you instantly respawn inside the arena for no downtime. If you want a break or to change loadout, you can shoot the exit signs to teleport back up. Every 3 minutes, a random event occurs. This can include all sorts of things like low gravity so you can aim at flying targets, grind rails spawning everywhere, cover rising out of the ground, being plunged into darkness.
Damn, that's so cool. He made such a cool map. Can I post another video? Yeah, sure. That's crazy. Honestly, I think Fortnite has helped me indirectly to cope with third-person shooter problems that I didn't really put into perspective until I watched this video. Cause these were things that I was feeling and that I've always felt. But I was like, I don't know, man. I guess it's cause it's just third person, right? And you just describe it off as like, yeah, this is just wars, you know? And you're like, whatever, just keep playing. But this helps to put it into perspective. The real problem. I don't know, what a great video.
Everyone being teleported to the center, being frozen in place for static aiming, and so on. There's also a chance at rare combo events with 2, 3, 4, or even 5 events occurring at once. These events can provide variance in what you're aiming at, but mostly they're just fun and make practicing that bit more exciting. I highly recommend checking it out to get in third-person aiming reps, even if you don't plan on playing Fortnite itself. If you do play it and enjoy it, please consider giving it a favorite. I imagine that must help with the algo. And that about covers everything we need to know about the mysteries of third-person aiming, why it can feel strange, and how best to overcome this. If you would like to support me, please consider checking out my Clawmate mouse mod.
Oh my god, he uses that shit on the mouse. Oh no, and he uses in-game gear, wow. Alright. Dude, he used. Oh my god, how old is this guy? Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense. Just from the profile picture, I already know. It's no ye. Oh ye aimer. Wow. Yeah, it's just in Wired. That's funny. That's actually really funny. Yeah, wow. Yeah, this guy's a no ye, wow. No wonder that aim is so fucking beautiful. Damn. That's so cool though. Holy fuck, man. We're so alike, bro. Completely like-minded. I think this guy will be me if I never give up on having the best time ever. I like the flicks and shit. That's so crazy, man. That's so cool. I didn't know what to say. Like, wow, what a great video! And he barely has any subs and views. So weird. So this was like what, a month ago? Kinda. Yeah. I guess there's not that many avid like gamers, so they're not anymore anyways. But like, wow. I don't know, man. The video was good. I loved it. What's this video?
Tracking aim.
Oh my god. You know what I always say to people? As somebody that loves flicking, and you know what I say to people? Like, people really undervalue the power of tracking. Like, people that don't really know much about like aiming as a whole, they completely undervalue tracking because it looks like something so dumb, and they never see pros doing it. Well, they don't realize that they are always, no matter what you're playing. And I believe tracking is one of those things that anybody can get really good at. Because it's not complicated. Alright, let's put it.
Aim is uniquely interesting in the sense that it appears. Tracking aim is uniquely interesting in the sense that it appears to be much more difficult to do than it actually is. The average player is far more capable of great tracking than they may have ever realized.
That's what I'm saying!
It's simply being inhibited by a few barriers that can be overcome throughout this video. And what's important about that observation is that I'm referring to aiming in-game and not in aim trainers. You don't need to be an aim training god like Maddie to have good tracking in Overwatch, Battlefield, Apex, and so on. But you do need to be a Maddie to have great.
I love that this guy is just validating all that I know. It's just... It does boost my ego a little bit, even though shit that doesn't matter. And that's not gonna change your life. It's talking about aiming, but I love it, because like, he's saying everything that I know, and like, I'm saying before him. This is so funny. I love it.
In the hardest tracking scenarios that aim trainers have to offer, which place you in aiming situations that far exceed the difficulty of anything you would ever encounter in game. There's a key difference there, and what we're focusing on in this video is having good tracking in FPS games with as little time and effort invested as possible.
Yeah.
You can always go the extra mile afterwards, but at first you may as well use the biggest and easiest improvements first to give you that solid foundation. And a quick disclaimer, as I mentioned, the point of this video is to improve your tracking as quickly and efficiently as possible. So I'll be condensing all of the most important and actionable information that I can.
Also, my mother is not too annoying, is it? Too much. I don't want to have it like, I don't...
Into one package. I want you to be able to finish this video and to know exactly what to implement into your next games to instantly have better tracking. I cannot possibly cover every single thing in one video, so feel free to check out my past videos and stay tuned for future vids that explain some of these concepts in further detail. Okay, firstly, tracking is primarily about being able to move our crosshair at a consistent speed. Can we move it slowly at one speed? Can we move it quickly at one speed? And so on. This falls under the umbrella of smoothness, but it's not exactly the same thing, so I'll avoid that terminology so we can avoid any confusion. So long as your crosshair is over the target, if it's moving at the same speed as the target, then you're perfectly tracking them. The speed that you perceive them to be moving at comes down to your distance to the target. The direct
aim
speed
of
that you
this
perceive the
fucking
same
guy,
speed
bro.
as the target.
It's... Damn. Like, you guys may not understand, but like... You see when the guy stops and his crosshair stops?
Your crosshair is
and it starts moving exactly at the same time. You know this guy
over
is
the
good.
target. If it's moving at the same speed as the target, then you're perfectly tracking them. The speed that you perceive them to be moving at comes down to your distance to the target, the direction they're moving, whether they're ADSing, crouching, and so on. All of these little variables will change how fast you need to move your crosshair, but the good news is that each encounter will mostly stick to one speed. If you can match that speed, you can track them. For example, with a mouse script that moves at a uniform speed, you can see it tracking this mid-ranged target. But then if we move closer, it's no longer moving quickly enough, and if we move further away, now it's moving too quickly. I can change the speed of the script to suit each situation, and this is essentially what we need to be doing ourselves. We need to quickly determine how fast an enemy is moving and prepare ourselves to track at that particular speed. I should clarify that there can be some deviation in this perceived target speed. For example, if a target is running toward you, you barely have to move at all. But when they go past you, you suddenly have to aim very quickly before hardly needing to move once again. The vast majority of aiming encounters are...
You know what I could have, like... You know a tip that could have made the video a lot better? It's if he was, he had a cam like he did on the last one. Which I don't know if this was before or after. Oh, before, okay, so he realized that. So yeah, what I was gonna say is he should have like the camera showing the mouse to make you more interactive, you know, so you see what's happening. Like you see the guy's mouse like this or like this, you know. His swipes,
barely impacted
basically
by this deviation in speed, so for the most part we can ignore it. What this
is like a speed perception physics that happens in real life. Yeah.
This means is that you should be approaching each fight with an idea.
Isn't this me? Or is it the videos that the bit rate is terrible?
Of what
I don't know if it might be the browser.
Are going to be needed. If you're about to track someone in the distance, you need to be ready for some very slow and deliberate movements. If a target jumps out in front of you, it's time to use larger movements. This isn't permission to panic and swipe your mouse around, by the way. Larger movements still need to be at a consistent speed and be controlled. Okay, so we know that moving the crosser at a consistent speed is important, but if you aren't able to move it at a consistent speed, then it won't help you out very much. So let's address any barriers there before moving on. If your crosshair is constantly jumping in front and behind your target, the main culprit is typically mouse sensitivity being too fast. For most modern FPS games, a sensitivity between 25 and 50 centimeters per 360 is generally pretty safe. It will depend on the game you're playing, of course. In tac shooters like Valorant and Counter-Strike, it looks more like 35 to 80 centimeters. You can use sites like aiming.pro to check what centimeters per 360 you are currently playing on. If you are playing on default settings at something like 5 centimeters per 360, you will never have great aim. It doesn't matter if...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for saying it.
If it feels comfortable to you right now.
Actually, I wanna see. Because I know there's people that never listen to me. And they think they're so good. Back then. Doing no, not time running. Doing that same shit. Having like insane DPI. And wondering what's happening. What? What is he doing that? I wanna see how much I have. How do I see that? Is it benchmark? I'm confused. What the fuck? Okay, wait. Oh, there you go. What the fuck? When was this? So on CS2, how much did I have? I'm gonna pull Valorant. Because I remember that one. I don't remember CS. I think I remember. Wait, what? Hmm.
If you are playing
Wait, how is he doing that?
like aiming.pro to check what centimeters per 360
Oh, you need to put the DPI, okay.
you are currently playing on.
42, 40, 16, 16? Wow, okay. Yeah, not so far off. Not so far off, that's funny. That's so funny. Literally not so far off from this guy. I am between that range. And it's funny that I figured this out by just moving around. Like, this was when I got tired of being so much into sensitivity. And I said, fuck it. I'm just gonna put whatever feels good. And once I started doing that, it started feeling so natural. But like, the thing is, what feels good while also knowing all this. So I guess I had the benefit of understanding what felt good and also was good. Just like speed perception physics that happens in real life. I wish I had good tracking aim or good flick aim. I rely purely on predictive aim, which is shit for rapid play. So, we'll keep watching. We'll keep watching.
If you are playing on default settings at something like 5 centimeters per 360, you will never have great aim. It doesn't matter if it feels comfortable to you right now, you are at a massive mechanical disadvantage that is basically impossible to overcome. The next thing you can check or fix is your friction against the mousepad and desk. If you are in a humid environment in particular and your skin sticks and rolls rather than gliding along the surface, you can see this jittery aim as a result. Regularly washing your hands and any skin that contacts the desk with soap and water while playing can help reset this.
This has happened for me through my entire lifetime. You know what I do? I basically just hold my arm with my shoulder and I lock it in. So basically just pull my arm up. Myself. To like a degree where I can just lock it in my arm to my body. And then I move around. Basically, yeah, just pull my shoulder up until it feels okay and I don't have that. Unless I'm like very lazy. If I'm very lazy, I just do this and I just play with my wrist. But if I'm like literally locked in, I just pull my shoulder up. And I calculate it by eye how much I need to pull it up. That's how I do it. So there's no freak deal.
Clamminess and provide a better glide for a while. Wearing a sleeve is also a great option, especially to have consistent friction day to day. There are plenty of sleeve options out there that should do the trick if you're having issues. I've tried over 20 sleeves by now, and just had my own custom sleeves designed with Scody, who are a premium sportswear brand here in Australia. You can find them at struthgaminggear.com.
Dude, I tried using this one, but it feels so cringy. I I don't know. I remember on the hand days I tried to get one of these. It just feels so fucking cringy. I had it for a while, but it wasn't a good size. So it felt too tight as well. I don't know, man. It just feels bad. Is it bad that I am with predictions and memories in character model and common people like to approach from? No, that's crosshair placement, but like, yeah, crosshair placement can't save you. The guy goes out of you. So, like, generally, on most situations, I think that helps you more. But the moment something goes out of your situation, you will have no way to defend yourself. So, like, you're basically hard stacking yourself at a low to average ranking. That makes sense. So, like, the way it works, because this depends on the game as well, but usually if they have a gun and you shoot, you got this problem. To where, like, low to, like, average ranking. I'm gonna cut you into pieces and throw you in a fucking pot, you piece of shit. Anyways. Jesus, I don't even know what the fuck I was saying. Fuck you. Goddamn. So generally, on a fucking on an average shooter, low ranks to average ranks are fairly predictable. So by like having a good crosshair placement and matching your radian speed to the amount of distance you have to calculate, you can do pretty good. The moment comes when people are higher rank and have an awareness that like your average player wouldn't have. Like I do, you see it. You still don't see it if you don't know what I'm saying, but like I could open again to try the next. What can we choose? So yes, why not? But that's what I'm saying though, like you'll see what I mean and you'll notice it when I do it. It's basically it's awareness, yeah. 1 second.
Looking forward to drinks after this one.
I don't know this. Okay. Why am I lagging? Wait, why are there anonymous here? Okay, there we go. I'm fucking lagging everywhere. Oh yeah, no way, never mind. So like, yeah, average player is always gonna do like an angle that's predictable, right? But like, imagine you are here. Oh, like imagine like your radiant time might be around here. And like the player is always gonna appear like around here. Right? Like there's like a peak here. And you need to pick like this. You know when it's players are gonna probably pick that or even like this. But what if you're... What if the player does this? You know? I wish I could put a bot to like show it. But his head will be like around here. Let's say you're playing on a site on CS. And you know the guy and you know where the guy aims. He doesn't even shoot. He's just like around here. So you just put yourself like this. And you fuck him up. Also, something very important is distance. It's not the same seeing the guy like this than seeing the guy like this. At a higher level, you can abuse this as well. As per se, it's not the same thing me picking like this than me picking like this. Look, look. Do you see the difference? How much you see the guy compared to this? And if I see this, imagine what the guy sees. Sadly, I cannot show it, but you can make yourself an idea. Imagine I do this. You're not gonna have time to react as per se as like this. My rating is abysmally low. How abysmally low? You can have terrible reaction time and be good.
Come on, chop chop.
Look. You can have like... You need to calculate. And you should do this, by the way. You need to calculate how far do you need to put your crosshair for your reaction time, because everybody has a different one. So like, let's say, okay, can I hit the shell like this? I'm not locked in, by the way. I can't, so I'm gonna put the crosshair here. And that's all I'm gonna do it muted, so there's no audio cue. And then can we see how much do I need to swipe it? Okay, here I'm doing fine now, because I used to go locked in a little bit. Like, let's say I need to put it here. So I try to do it here, I'm not hearing anything. That's because I have my own distance. And this changes on the game you're playing, right? And obviously it's not the same. Oh, here, actually here I can show it better how it feels. You see the difference? How fast it goes? Compared to doing this? Like, you gotta choose. You gotta realize how far do you need to aim. Obviously, people are not gonna do this, by the way. Oh, there we go. People are more or less gonna do that. You see right here, around this distance. Yeah, it depends on the game. You just gotta find out what the distance for you is. Because if I'm looking, I can do it way better, but you know what I'm saying, hopefully. Look at this thing here, TV. My hand is shaky. Every game has written to character moment, and so does every game. Yeah, but you like gotta get that, you know. You gotta get the hang of that. And the other way to do that is by like doing it a lot. I think once you learn how to track, no matter what game you're playing, you're gonna get it. Yeah. You just gotta learn to do it first. And I don't have a really good tracking. I'm not really even trying right now. I think the most important thing to learn is to be able to change the item fast, you know? Once you learn how to do that, you're gonna get so much better. I'd say that's the important thing. Just learn how to change the item fast. Get that in your hand, and then you're gonna do so much better. I'd say more than tracking very accurately like this. I'd say learn how to switch fast. That's just like your first thing, like, you know? He goes right, I go right. He goes left, I go left. More than being accurate, you should try to learn that first. Being able to change fast. Like, it doesn't even have to be accurate, you know? Just learn how to do it. Get the hang of it, of like switching fast. He goes right, I go right. He goes left, I go left. You know? And then you saw me aiming multiple games even when I was doing good. I think you lose your mind, like, you know, like you can't run down the rhythm. Well, you just gotta get the hang of it, you know? Yes, yeah, try to get the chains. Try to manage to be able to, like, change the item. And also, you should keep in mind, there's two types of aiming. He's still moving. You guys moving? Oh. There. There's two different names. There's the flick, the make macro flick, and the micro adjustment, which is micro flick. One is the long distance one, which is inaccurate. You know? Like 99% of the time it will be inaccurate. At 1% you get like a, you know, crazy shot, but this is like two types of thing you need to get good at. One is flicking fast, like from a far distance, and then micro adjusting. But yeah. Sorry. Look, I'm really much into this as well, alright? I love aiming.
I'll talk more about their design and what they do in another video though. What happens if we are tracking with the wrong crosshair speed? Well, the big thing to avoid is overreactive aim. Say we're aiming too fast and move ahead, suddenly you flick back and aim way too slowly and need to flick forward again and so on. Unless you can.
Wait, what are you? Dude, I wish I could explain like this guy.
Catastrophically misjudge the speed, you'll only ever need slight adjustments. To make this easier, really think about how your hand is moving at the time. Depending on whether you're too slow or too fast, gently dial up or dial back that hand speed. A small change goes a long way, so keep things gradual and controlled instead of overreactive and exaggerated. The final, quick solution to this jittery aim comes down to reading movement and avoiding constantly triggering your reaction time tax. This is its own topic, so if your jitteriness hasn't been fixed yet, don't stress. The next chapter will cover this bit in more detail. To tie this concept of consistent speed and smoothness together, it's time to dive into the most important skill required for great tracking, which is movement reading. Fortunately, for how important this is, it's also the easiest to implement into your gameplay. No need for hundreds of hours of aim training or anything like this. A simple mental reminder is all it takes for you to use this in your next game. The key here is to acknowledge the goals of the player or NPC you are aiming at and the environment you are in. It's important to remember that there is another person just like you piloting that enemy on your screen, or at least some logic if it's an NPC. This means they will have similar goals and instincts to you that you need to be aware of. I really like this clip from Darktide as an example.
I think this might be a bad analogy, I guess, because honestly, I think this is one of those things that take the most amount of time. Because it's talking about game sense, right? And it's okay because game sense and like aiming as a whole are like two different worlds. But yeah, you see, it's talking about game sense, understanding your enemy. I'd say this is one of the things that take the most amount of time. And to be able to understand this, you not only had to play a lot, but probably a lot of games. Many people's faces says manipulating them. No. For your average person, let me tell you, it's not. And the only reason you're saying that is because you already learned how to use it. Or how to do it. And it's one of those things that once you see it is so simple, but when you are trying to understand it, it's so complicated.
Example of reading movement. I know this charging NPC wants to reach me or my team, and to do so they'll have to run up these stairs. This means I know exactly where it's going and can plan out my tracking movements ahead of time. I track it running down and smoothly follow its change in direction up the stairs. If I wasn't reading movement and the constraints of the environment around me, which in this case are the stairs that it needs to climb, then this change in direction would come as a surprise to me, and I would have to wait 200-ish milliseconds for my reaction time to catch up before adjusting back to the enemy. In this example, I start shooting at this bloodhound. Within the first few shots, it becomes clear that they aren't willing to take this bad fight as they don't look my way. So it becomes clear that this player's current goal is to get to the nearest cover over here. This means I can plan ahead a simple one-directional track and land some easy shots. And here, this enemy in front of me jumps and we can see their knees shoot out to our left, so we know they're going to be falling in a predictable arc down here. And similarly to our Darktide example, this player is running up the stairs to reach the roof, so we can plan our tracking ahead of time to follow the path they will most likely take. Knowing where an enemy is moving makes tracking significantly easier to do. I think a problem many players run into with tracking and aiming in general is overestimating the evasiveness and randomness of enemies on their screen. They treat these enemies as if they can move in impossible ways and have overreactive, jittery, and chaotic looking aim as a result. Their brain is constantly paying the reaction time tax and playing catch up to every little movement and action. It's a weird way to think about it, but you can essentially consider that everything you are seeing in-game is 200-ish milliseconds in the past. When you're playing FPS games that inherently require precise inputs, this delay can be very punishing if you're in a constant cycle of reacting to what's happening on screen. This is why predicting movement and planning aiming movements in advance is so important. With the correct read, you can circumvent the reaction time tax, plan aiming movements that may span seconds rather than milliseconds,
Yeah, this is basically
and
game
ultimately aim
sense,
at your
man.
enemies in real time. To hammer this point home, I
This
have
is
2
game
examples from
sense.
aim training that reflect this principle very clearly. First, in a Kovac scenario like Smoothness Training 60, the target follows a predetermined path. Knowing exactly where the target is moving means you can predict and lock in your mouse movements for very easy tracking and even have perfect accuracy through the changes in direction. But if I jump into mid-range strafes invincible, I can still track it during the strafe, but every change in direction incurs a reaction time tax that I cannot avoid. The strafe intervals are random, so I can't reliably predict them. Even though both examples have easy to track targets that change directions, the one with predictable movement is much easier to aim at than the one with random movement. And the second example is with scenarios like 1 wall 6 targets TE. To score highly in these scenarios, you need to employ a skill.
I remember doing this shit when I laughed. I will do this so much, bro. But you know the ones I will do? The super tiny ones, man. I loved that
Called
shit.
routing, which
That
is
was so
essentially
good,
planning
bro.
your path and subsequently your mouse movements ahead of time. When played poorly, the player is often in a cycle of reacting after every shot. You hit a target, choose the next target, shoot it, choose the next target, shoot it, and so on. But each time you choose a new target, you're incurring that reaction time tax. Whereas if you plan your shots ahead of time, you can instantly move on, saving 200-ish milliseconds in reaction time, and even more by optimizing mouse movements instead of constantly stopping and starting. There is more to routing than that for scoring purposes, but for the principle of movement reading and the importance of planning mouse movements ahead of time, this was the important part to cover. Okay, so how do you actually read movement? Almost all of this skill comes immediately from focusing
Holy
on your target,
shit,
not
dude.
just looking at
Damn.
it. There is a big difference. I have a video all about it linked below if you are unfamiliar with it. The quick version is that you can look at this fan and the blades
Sometimes
spin
it
around
feels
in a
like I'm
blur,
watching
but if
myself.
you focus on a single blade, it comes into focus and you can track it spinning around. That shift in perspective
I'm
is
doing
the
that right
difference
now.
between looking and focusing. By focusing on your target, you absorb
Like
their
sometimes
visual
it feels like
cues,
I'm watching
how
myself.
fast
I
they're
should,
moving,
you know.
what direction
Yeah,
they're
that's what
moving,
they're me
where
for
they're
sure.
looking,
Like,
their leg just pointed in a
100%.
different direction, so they're changing direction, and so on. The rest of the skill comes down to game sense and consideration of the surrounding
yeah,
environment
they
and
literally want to
enemy
say game
goals.
sense.
If you shoot an enemy that's in the open, they're likely going to beeline for the nearest cover, so you can plan your aiming movements accordingly. If you're fighting an enemy in a tight corridor and they're AD strafing, you know they can't strafe further than the wall, so you can predictively track them accordingly. If an enemy jumps, you know they're mostly locked into a certain trajectory. If they jump off a building or use a zipline, jump pad, and so on, the same applies. You can almost imagine this predictive line forming whenever you see an enemy, and all you need to do is paint over it with your mouse. This can be trickier to learn as it's more of a conceptual understanding and doesn't always follow strict rules. But I honestly think the majority of players are much better at this than they would think. They simply need to remember to consider it. For me, when I'm about to track someone, I quickly assess their distance and speed, acknowledge the environment and how it may influence the fight, and prepare the right mouse movements. This doesn't require you to stop and literally think these steps through before shooting. It's simpler than it appears, so try not to overthink it. The enemy distance is automatic to interpret. We instinctively know if something is far away or not. It doesn't require effort to think
God
about.
damn, you see
The
those
speed
flicks,
is
man.
simple
It's
too. Are they
insane.
running, walking, crouching? Environment can be a little trickier but still very manageable. All you're really looking for is what cover is around them. That can be a rock in a field or the walls inside a building. The trick is to acknowledge these variables and plan accordingly, rather than autopiloting. The better you get at aiming and playing FPS games in general, the more automatic this becomes. Movement is a massive topic, so I'll just cover the essentials for tracking.
Yeah,
Our
no,
own movement is
for-
almost like
especially
having
for
another mouse
tracking.
plugged in that we're aiming with. It's another way for us to move our crosshair around. We just have to make sure it's helping us to aim and not throwing us off. If you have played on a fast sensitivity before, you may have noticed that you often use your movement to make small crosshair adjustments rather than the mouse.
Yeah.
This doesn't really mean anything, it just goes to show that you essentially have two different inputs that control your crosshair. For tracking, we can think of it as a sensitivity multiplier. Using the same script from before, aiming.
That's true, I forgot to mention this. Yeah, I mean, it depends. This is very dependent on the game you're playing. But generally, you need to have a good coordination of both of your hands. And by that I mean like being able to move and shoot. Then again, this, like I said, depends a lot on the game you're playing. So like for example on CS, this kind of doesn't matter until like the higher levels, like very high. But like if you're playing Apex or Fortnite, it's super important. It really depends. And I say sometimes it ties down to how much tracking you need in a game.
To the right ends up here, yet if we move to the right at the same time, we end up further out. And if we move to the left, we fall much shorter. This shows us that moving while aiming can dampen or amplify our mouse inputs. This can be quite jarring if we change directions while tracking something. A simple rule to follow in-game that works in almost any situation is to combine your changes in movement direction with changes to your crosshair speed and/or direction. This falls under something called anti-mirror strafing, where if your opponent is moving left, you move to the right and vice versa. It doesn't need to be that structured though, so don't focus on trying to mirror them perfectly. Because you are moving your crosshair in the opposite direction to your movement, you need to aim more. This isn't a bad thing, just something to keep in mind. Modern games like Apex Legends and the Finals use a mechanic called recoil smoothing, where if your crosshair is moving faster than a certain threshold, your recoil is greatly reduced. Anti-mirror strafing helps to engage this mechanic more often, which is another good reason for using it. Although I would like to emphasize that you don't need to restrict your movements to only copy the enemy. The important part to take away from this is to associate your changes in movement with changes to your crosshair behavior. The alternative to this is mirror strafing, where by copying an enemy's movement, you don't have to aim at all. This technique makes aiming very easy, as you barely need to move your mouse at all, if any. The problem is that it can be difficult to properly sync up, especially if the target is facing and fighting you.
Good.
It's still worth looking out for moments
my
that you
God.
can use this, as it's essentially free tracking. This clip ties in all three concepts of acknowledging movement's impact on crosshair speed, mirror strafing, and anti-mirror strafing, while also showing off some movement reading and assessing the environment around me. I see this enemy running to
It's 'cause,
my
like,
right
moving
and they're
around
not
is really
looking at me.
important, but it
This
depends
means
on
I
the
can
game you're
mirror strafe
playing.
for free shots and barely have to move my crosshair at all. Mirror strafing
Like,
here
obviously,
also
on this
means I can
game
move
is
off this bridge that's
super
out in the open
important.
and move closer to cover. I have to make a very slight crosshair adjustment because I'm slowed down by ADSing, but it's hardly noticeable. This bloodhound starts shooting at me, so I can no longer hold my current strafe without getting beamed. I strafe the other way to avoid their shots, but notice how my crosshair speed stays the exact same. It should have slowed down when I changed direction, but because I associate movement changes with changes to crosshair speed, when I hit A on my keyboard to move the other way, I knew that was the time to move my mouse slightly faster to compensate. I switch over to the Bloodhound and start anti-mirror strafing, so I am moving to the right and aiming to the left. Notice how I'm now playing from
Holy fuck, do you realize how smooth his walking is?
cover, which is
It is. Wow, that's crazy. I don't even know. I was like Apex. Holy
Moving to-
fuck, dude.
to the right.
Look
and
how
aiming
good
to
he's
the left.
moving. That's such a smooth animation.
Notice how I'm now playing from cover, which is
Look
a
at that.
result of all the movement
It's
used
so
so
smooth.
far to both help me
Wow.
aim and to position myself more safely than standing out on that bridge. So to sum up our movement, we can think of it as having a second mouse plugged in. If we don't respect that, then it becomes a conflicting input that can throw us off. But if we acknowledge that it's there and know what
How do you get the smooth aim like that? What do you mean?
think of result of all the movement used so far to both help me aim and to position myself more safely than standing out on that bridge. So to sum up our movement, we can think of it as having a second mouse plugged in. If we don't respect that...
Do you mean that? What exactly are you talking about? You mean like this, single to move around? Or like sticking onto one pixel? But it looks like the crosshair is magnetic to the person that... Well, to get that, you need to train a lot. I don't train a lot, so it's not as good, of course. But you need to train a lot. You need to train a shit ton. Like a shit ton. Like you need to train a lot. Does the guy show his Steam profile? I don't think so, but if you saw his Steam profile, he probably has so many fucking hours on Kovacs.
then it becomes
Like so many hours on Kovacs. And that's just on Kovacs. I'm not talking about like a specific game warm-ups. Like he probably has warm-ups for every shooter he plays, like Overwatch here. I mean, he's literally shown it. There's one for Fortnite, one for Apex, one for Overwatch. To do that, you need to train a lot. A lot. A shit ton.
But if we acknowledge that it's there and know what impact it has on our aim, we can use it to our advantage. Aiming at targets that quickly change direction, known as AD strafing, is the hardest part of tracking, but it's nothing we can't overcome. This is a big topic that deserves its own video, so once again I'll just cover the main points. On the surface, AD strafing can seem impossibly fast and unpredictable to aim at, but in reality it is far more standardized than you may realize. The main problem to avoid is succumbing to that reaction time tax, where you're in this constant cycle of reacting to their change in direction, flicking back to them, then they change direction again, and your reaction time catches up, you flick back, and so on, resulting in an aiming pattern that looks like you're just flicking back and forth and not actually tracking them. What we're mainly looking for instead is to have a smoother transition between directions.
That's what I'm saying, so you gotta fucking understand to be more smooth with changing directions.
You will likely still need a little flick to get back to target, but you want to ensure you are actively tracking in between. Your mouse should feel like it's constantly in movement rather than stopping and starting. If you have Kovacs, you can drill this in some scenarios I whipped up a while back. These were never published, they're not tuned for scoring or anything like that. I made them purely to work on having smoother AD tracking. I have just uploaded them as they're now relevant for this video, so I'll link to the playlist in the description. When it comes to AD strafing in-game, it is far less random than it may seem. Intentionally randomizing your AD strafe is actually quite difficult to do, particularly in the chaos of a fight. You can try it yourself right now. Try to alternate hitting A and D in a weird random sequence. And remember, if you move between them too fast, you will look like you're standing still in game. So you still need to try and hold at least some of the presses to have a usable AD strafe. Because of this, almost everyone you encounter in-game will alternate in a reliable pattern, and probably in a very similar cadence to your own strafing, so you can use your own pattern as a reference. So this leaves us with the choice between reacting to AD strafing, where we wait for visual confirmation that they have changed direction and do our best to quickly flick back to them and transition into a smooth track, or predicting when they will change direction and smoothly changing our crosshair direction before we have visual confirmation. Generally speaking, reactive aim is safer and more consistent, so it's a good option when you are ahead in a fight and can accept a few missed shots when they change direction. Overall, predicting their strafes has the highest potential damage output, but you are at risk of throwing off your own aim if they don't strafe within that window of time. In my opinion, predicting is the superior option and is a skill well worth learning. But in the big picture, you'll want to be utilizing both depending on the situation. To accurately predict and to know when to predict, we have to consider the context and environment. In this example, I catch this Watson jumping off, and by the time she lands, I've already landed a lot of damage. This means that player is very likely thinking they need to stop taking damage ASAP, so there's almost no chance this player would keep moving to my left, which is the same direction they've been taking damage in, so I can start moving my crosshair to the right well before my reaction time can acknowledge they changed direction. And on the flip side of this, here I am at very low health trying to heal and I see someone shoot past me.
Yeah, so he's right. Predictive, it's good-ish, but it's barely gonna help you. That's the problem. So like you're going, I think you're starting from like the roof of the house instead of like the base of the house. Counter strafing or copy strafing? You stray the opposite of. I mean, it's not pretty easy, but yeah. Then you barely need to move your mouse. It's not as simple. It's not as simple. Look at counter strafing is much than this. Yeah, no, we're watching a couple videos about this. Like, by mastering predictive aim first, you're starting with the roof of the house. And that's bad, because that's just a small fraction of what you need. I'd say, in general, I think tracking might be the most important aiming skill in shooters as a whole. Generally, by practicing your tracking, you're gonna get a way better aim than anything else. Because I'm like this guy, I'm a flick avid, but flicks are very, very, very inconsistent. And flicks are not going to give you this, as you say, a smooth aim. So yeah, I think tracking is what you wanna go for. You wanna get better tracking. And I'd say, so you don't get annoyed and give up, you can start on a more easier track. And then slowly escalate. And I'm telling you this from experience. Because I remember when I started trying to get the best I could. It was very annoying tracking. When you start trying to learn tracking, let me tell you, it's really fucking annoying. Like, you're gonna get pissed. And you're not gonna enjoy it. at all. It's gonna be super fucking annoying. Especially practicing to like change the things around. It's just, you know, doing this shit. Move. No? Doing this shit. That seems so simple when you already learned it. But like, when you don't know how to do it, learning this is really annoying. Learning to keep the thing on the crosshair. And also, most of the times, when you see the guy doing that, he's just basically doing something because he understands. You know, the guy's gonna be like that, like, you know. He's gonna move on a pattern that he knows. He's predicting, you know. He knows the guy's gonna be like... He's gonna run to the side, so you just know, like... I see, like, the very moment I know he's gonna start running, I just compensate. You just compensate until he stops. Did you see? Oops. You see he's gonna stop eventually. I'm like, my cursor kinda like, you know... It falls behind for a little bit. When he does really fast, you see I was trying to predict there at the beginning before he started running? Because I was predicting running. Like, you got to predict it, but once you do it, you can get a good... at some smoothness. The thing is, the reason why you're learning to, like, be able to, like... You know, he goes right, goes left, you go right, you go left. The reason why you're doing that is because, yeah, you can predict very well. But you cannot predict him going back. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to learn or trying to like make the Corretium, which is going to the other side, take less time. So instead of it being like this, it's gonna be like this. You see? Instead of being like this, you know? I'm doing it bad on purpose. You see what I mean? You're basically trying... And you should practice this, by the way. You're learning to be able to go from one side to the other one really fast. Like, changing trajectory, you know? Doing this to might sound stupid. It's not. Because you gotta understand how the guy is moving. You gotta get the whole thing, you know, of like being able to go back into him. You know, you're swapping around and then you lock him. Swapping around and you're locking. You swap around, you lock him. Swap around, then you're locking. That's basically what the guy is doing. It's like he predicts, but he can also like locking him. You gotta like have a good feeling of the mouse moving around. So then you can just do, you know, predicting, and then you can also locking It's not that important. It looks stupid, it feels and sounds stupid, but it's actually not. And like for shit like this, because depends on the, like on this one, I can just do that. Because they have such a fixated pattern. You can just wait, right? Obviously, you gotta have like a good reaction time. Like, I'm not even loading. But you gotta have like a good reaction time to be able to do that. You just gotta know, okay, is the guy here? Well, I need to put it right here if I want to shoot him. You know? Even though I'm missing, you probably get what I mean. I don't know. I'd say, yeah, the most important thing you want to focus on is being able to switch fast. I'd say if you want to put your time on something right now, like the most amount will be on being able to like change the rating fast. Yeah. If you can get that, then that's gonna be a huge improvement. Just try to learn how to do that, like change the rating fast. That's about it.
So I know I have to commit to a heavily
my tip,
disadvantaged fight. If I have any chance of winning this, I need to land every shot that I can. So predicting is the only way I can come up with enough damage to turn the tide. Sure, they should have killed me, and if I played purely reactively, they almost certainly would have had enough time to land that final hit. To sum up tracking AD strafing targets, you can think of it like you're aiming at yourself. Just imagine that player in front of you is actually you, and not some unpredictable random being. In their situation, what would you do? Most of the time in this context, that will mean AD strafing at a regular cadence to avoid damage, because being intentionally random is difficult, and preferring to move to ward cover, especially if you're taking damage. And finally, let's quickly cover the concept of minimizing your mouse movements. Once again, this topic deserves its own video, so I'll condense it down into juicy, actionable pieces. Your targets are bound by the rules and mechanics of that game. They aren't going to zip around your screen randomly, so your crosshair and mouse also should not be zipping around all over the place. If you're the type of player who panics during fights and whips their crosshair around, this can make a huge difference for you. The concept is very simple, and it all comes down to aiming less. Whether a target is far away or right in your face, moving your crosshair around less will almost always be the right play. You will be astonished at how many more one clips and big chunks of damage you can get simply from not aiming once you're already on target. You may have noticed this yourself too if you have ever suddenly switched to playing on very low sensitivity.
This only matters if it's a game we're tracking, or not tracking. People have a lot of like HP or armor or whatever. If it's a game like CS where you just tap them, it's not as simple. Well, it is as simple as you tap them once on the head. But like this applies only to people that play games where people have like a high TTK. Because they panic, they think the guy's gonna move instantly. And they get off him before he even does anything. So yeah, this applies to shooters where tracking is prominent, or like people have like a lot of HP, yeah.
Your aim in general might suck or feel restricted, but you may notice these random one clips that occur, primarily because if your crosshair is on target, it's hard to move it away from it. To get in the zone and reduce wasted crosshair movement, something I like to do is focus on my crosshair placement, ensuring it's at chest or head height, pointed toward where enemies are most likely to be, and also moving it around smoothly rather than
I always
flicking
talk
to
about
different
it.
points of interest.
Always.
This isn't
I'm so proud of
necessarily
it.
better, but it gets you in the right mindset of smoothly aiming and slowing things down. During a fight, you will still want to flick to a target if it's necessary. This is more about navigating the environment and priming yourself for controlled aim once a fight starts. Another helpful way to think of it would be like trying to replicate what controller aim looks like. The speed limits of an analog stick and the stickiness of aim assist results in slow, deliberate, and efficient looking aim. Okay, so we've covered a lot of information so far. To help summarize things, I've added chapters to this video so you can easily jump around to each topic as needed. Now, let's quickly recap. Consistent speed. If you can move your crosshair at the same speed as your target, you can track them. The perceived speed.
Oh my god, I just fucking realized you're not seeing anything. Oops. That's... Column said something. Were you listening? Were you hearing it? I thought it was on purpose. Anyways.
Of the target will change
I mean,
it deserves its
pretty
own video, so I'll condense it down into juicy actionable pieces. Your targets are bound by the rules and mechanics of that game. They aren't going to zip around your screen randomly, so your crosshair and mouse also should not be zipping around all over the place. If you're the type of player who panics during fights and whips their crosshair around, this can make a huge difference for you. The concept is very simple, and it all comes down to aiming less. Whether a target is far away or right in your face, moving your crosshair around less will almost always be the right play. You will be astonished at how many more one clips and big chunks of damage you can get simply from not aiming once you're already on target. You may have noticed this yourself too if you have ever suddenly switched to playing on very low sensitivity. Your aim in general might suck or feel restricted, but you may notice these random one clips that occur, primarily because if your crosshair is on target, it's hard to move it away from it. To get in the zone and reduce wasted crosshair movement, something I like to do is focus on my crosshair placement, ensuring it's at chest or head height, pointed toward where enemies are most likely to be, and also moving it around smoothly rather than flicking to different points of interest. This isn't necessarily better, but it gets you in the right mindset of smoothly aiming and slowing things down. During a fight, you will still want to flick to a target if it's necessary. This is more about navigating the environment and priming yourself for controlled aim once a fight starts. Another helpful way to think of it would be like trying to replicate what controller aim looks like. The speed limits of an analog stick and the stickiness of aim assist results in slow, deliberate, and efficient looking aim. Okay, so we've covered a lot of information so far. To help summarize things, I've added chapters to this video so you can easily jump.
Yeah, so this video is completely on the mindset of shooters like Apex. Like where you have to track and people have a lot of health. Not shit like CS or Rainbow. It's like completely different. And it's because the aiming styles are completely different as well. And also it's got exponential aim sensitivity. Any sort of thing that modifies your sensitivity dynamically, it's bad. Yes or yes, it's bad, no matter what it does. I got another video? Okay.
Around to each topic as needed. Now, let's quickly recap.
You can send it.
Consistent speed. If you can move your crosshair at the same speed as your target, you can track them. The perceived speed of the target will change depending on their distance to you and what they're doing. So quickly assess the situation and prepare the right mouse movements. Movement reading. Focus on your target, don't just look at them. Absorb their visual cues and think about the enemy's goals and motivations. Create these predictive paths in your mind.
Sense, man. I guess a while ago Valorant players were obsessed with calm aim. I don't know what that is. Well, from my understanding, alright, I'm not the best at this, but like... calm aim... is basically... Was there not a headshot? digital main is basically... So you have like really low sense. And since the outcomes are very like low, like let's imagine like the maps are really like claustrophobic, right? So the possibilities of somebody being on your screen are minimized. Like something like this. So you don't really need a lot of, you know, direction. So like if you mean like really low sense, you could be able to like track people well. So like, you know, you don't need like a lot. You can just assess the target like... Isn't it like this, right? It looks really bad and stupid, but it works. I'm bad at it. I'm bad at it because like that's a one game thing. And this is not gonna help you in any other game almost. Just be calm. Is this literally what the name says? And like you see people doing this a lot. They do this because they have very low sense and they need to swipe the mouse around a lot. I do this as a joke sometimes. You guys have seen me do this. Like yeah, you just become really good at like a very tiny zone. Because this is all your movement. All the area of your movement. This, that, and them. You know? Trying to replicate it with high sense is difficult because you need to like do micro flicks all the time. But it will be something like that, yeah. You know? I play on high sense for some reason. I used to never change my sense. I don't know, it's just default never again. But I wasn't like that as well, like... We've all been there, like... That's fine. That's not a problem. The thing is, if you wanna get better, well, you gotta change it to your needs. You... Change your sensitivity is not anything other than changing it for your needs. Your needs. And this is why like each person has their own sensitivity. Like the only way you can find it is by playing around. So this sense feels nice for me because I move the mouse around and it feels as responsive as it could. Any higher and any lower and it's gonna feel weird. It's not gonna feel natural, me moving like that. You see how natural it feels? I can go as slow as this and as fast as this. That's because it's natural to my hand and the movements of my jaw, my wrist, arm, shoulder, elbow. You know? And if you cannot do this and this and this, then it's not your sense. And I'd say, and that's this could be like opinion more than anything. If you cannot do this, then that's not a good sense. And I'm not like switching, but like this. If you cannot somewhere stick on a target, on like, cause it has to be a small one too. If you cannot do this, then that's not your sensitivity. If you do something like this, or like this, then it's not your sense. What about wrist timers to remove their wrist or arms? I'm both, but I mainly use wrist. And I've been a wrist timer for a long time, but I learned to like macro adjust with my arm when needed. But most of the time, I'm only aiming with my wrist. I posted the video, yeah, I saved it, don't worry. So like, this is my movement with my wrist. This is my wrist only. This is wrist. I'm not with my arm right now. Just looking. But if I want to do big movements, I do this. I think the optimal is having both. Having only wrist is unoptimal. If you're used to it, well, there's nothing you can do, but if you're not fairly good and you wanna get better, you should change that. Your wrist only is bad. And it's arguably bad for a bunch of reasons. One of them is that you have too high sense to make micro adjustments. And by that I mean being able to do this or this. I fucking shot by accident. But being able to do this. With high sense, you cannot change that fast or move around that fast. Like, you can do this, you know, you can do this part, which is this. But when it comes to this part, you're gonna have so much trouble. Or this. And you see that Miami running cities because my fucking... I'm getting tired. I sleep like shit, alright? Like, you're gonna have trouble with this. This part. This is gonna make it so you're gonna have a very difficult time if you only play with your wrist and have a high sense. You're gonna rely too much on doing this. Which I love doing, and like, I love it, but it is not like efficient. As you see, and I'm pretty good at it, I think. But this is not efficient, you're not gonna hit every time. It looks cool, but it's not gonna be good. Like talking about like competitive, like it's a bad idea, it's a bad thing. Especially against like this one. And that's why you wanna have a sense that fits you the most, but also not too high. So like, the way you wanna think about it is you wanna have a perfect slow sense. That's what you want. A perfect slow sense. Not one where you move the mouse a little bit and it does this. But one where you move a little and it does this. Not this. I'm pushing my mouse right now with my finger. If you can do that, Think you're on the right track? You know? That's about it. If you only play tracking, well, you're never gonna really feel it. Unless you go to like very high ranks. And I'm saying that you won't feel like that the greatest movement is gonna be bad. Or like it's gonna fuck you over. Cause like, let's say I have this thing right here. Trying to do this with a high sense, you're not gonna be able to. You're just simply not going to be able to do that. And like, this is a scenario that's not normal. It will be more or less like this. Like, like it applies the same. One of them I'm moving myself, and the other one the guy is moving. And a natural engagement will be something like this. That's what I'm saying, like... with high sense, you cannot do this. At least not as good as I can with low sense. Are you want me over? What's going on? I'm double explaining aiming. I'm like explaining how this works. But yeah. Is it what I move my mouse with my fingers sometimes? Not necessarily. So if you hold the mouse with your fingers only, which I don't think that's a problem. As long as you can be accurate with it. Oh my god, look at its mouse. There was someone on the wall change the mouse DPS of all. I will memorize the clicks. I need to change it. Dude, I literally had to do that as well. Yeah, no, I did that shit. I remember. I had that problem as well. I had to memorize. Oh. Are you in controller or mouse and keyboard? Mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I had to memorize the DPI as well. I'm not locked in, bro. I barely had any sleep. It was terrible. That woke me up and shit. Yeah, if I was locked in, I will hit those. If you have low sense, how you control recoil? By learning it. What? You learn the recoil. And that's terrible, but I still hit 15, so that's like kinda half of them. Welcome to the stream, mechanic. That's the first time chat of all time. Can't kick so much even if you learn it. With low sense you can't pull down. What? No? I think those are gonna be scenarios that are very extreme or like very close things. Like, okay, let's say this gun, for example. Or what's an insane recoil? Oh, I know. Like this gun. there are guns that you're not gonna be able to control that much, but do you really need to? Like, you're giving away perfect control, but a better recoil control. So that you're talking about pulling the gun down, right? Not like... Yeah, okay, so you're making it way more simple. So... You can. It's not complicated. I hate saying this, and I hate when people say this, like, you see something and they're like, oh yeah, that's so easy, that's so simple. But like... It's about getting you, like... You know, like, I don't know how to put it, like... And yeah, we'll watch the video, by the way. Let me just... I'll now put it here.
Weeks.
Wait, controversial? Oh. I'm gonna launch Rainbow. See what you mean. Yeah, like, what's a gun with a lot of recoil on Rainbow? I think the problem with Rainbow is not insane recoil. 1 second. Fuck, man, I got baited. Sorry. I'm here. Because I ordered something and I thought it was that, but no. It wasn't that. Because it comes today. I got fucking baited because I saw the guy holding something. Look, the other new shit, well, I don't know, and I kinda don't care either. Anyways. What what character has like a gun with a lot of recoil? What would you consider like a lot of pull down? Yes, Thieves? Activated Berserk. Has that arriving? Not yet, man. Maybe when I'm successful on Twitch, I'll get one of those. I love Berserk. I will assume this one, I guess, yeah, because... yeah. It has high recoil in his weapon. Zero. Is it less or more than this one? Wait, which weapon? The MP7? Or this one? Actually, wait. Make it even worse. Yeah. There. So, like, how do you control this? Right? You got something like... I'll put it further away. Oh my god, it feels weird. That's a lot of recoil, I guess. Yeah. So, but then I'm gonna put it further first. Getting closer. You see how it has a pattern. And I'm not gonna move the mouse. Okay, please don't do that. I'm not gonna move the mouse. So you see, that is up, obviously. There it goes, I had to recall down for some reason. But it goes forward like up, and then slightly to the right, like a little bit to the right. This is my sensitivity on the game, 5.5. And I have 800 DPI, which is average. Let me get it down first, because you know, I don't use this shit. So I don't really know how to pull it down. Just like down and to this right, slightly to the right. Like that. I always hate the first pull down. So something like that. And I'll put a target. So the way to do this is not perfect, of course. I never use this gun, and I'm putting an extreme example because I'm not putting any mod. But as you can see, it's definitely possible. Now, let me tell you this. I don't like doing this. I don't like guns, and I prefer guns that have low sensitivity. And this is one of the reasons for them. You are right in the sense that it's more difficult. It is. But by putting a higher sense to be able to control these guns, you're arguably making it worse for yourself. And the reason why is because a higher sense, you're not gonna be able to control much.
Report any damage to facilities immediately.
Right? Higher sense, you're not gonna be able to imagine the guy is moving, which I don't know how you could do this on the with bots on the game, but imagine the guy is moving. You even if you can control it well, the guy's gonna be moving around, and your sense is gonna be way too high to track him properly. As per se, my beautiful, beautiful, beautiful You are a full yan over here. That is way more controllable. You're gonna be able to, like, track him way better. Obviously, I could use the other gun. I wouldn't have much problem. But for, like, most scenarios, I prefer to have a gun that I can control. Use the F2. I don't know what the F2 is. What is the F2? On Twitch. Oh. Oh wow. Okay, so it's a vector type of thing. Yeah.
That's a lot of shells.
Okay. Yeah, I kinda like this one. That might sound crazy that I'm saying this, but the reason why I do, if you see what I'm doing, so like the thing about this gun, it feels like he has like, okay, I'll put it like this, look. The transition between bullet is very minimal, so that makes it it's smooth to be able to transition. It makes it smoother for you to be able to like pull down. As per se, this gun, because this gun I feel like it has a higher between bullet. Oh, it's not really that high. If anything, it's smaller, but it feels less consistent. As per se, this one. This gun feels more consistent with the pull down. Than the FAMAS. The FAMAS feels more straight than this gun. The first kick is not so like. This is why I have a different opinion than most people. And I'd say that like for my case, if you're a fucking nerd that only plays this one specific game, you may disagree with me, but I'm a streamer that plays a lot of shooters. And I think the best token for most guns is usually muzzle brake. Reason why I think that is because this specific game has a problem. And that problem is that the first shot or first amount of shots have a shit ton of recoil. So by putting this, you minimize that, and you can in a way manage to learn the spray pattern way better and like be able to like use it a lot better. Like look at that. That's so like straight on. And I'm not good with this recoil, of course, but you get what I mean. You can make a way better spray pattern. As if I didn't have it on. Because like first shot is really important. Like if I am to take this off and I try to do it again. You see that first kick? That might sound or feel down, but it's not. It's really important. Doesn't it also not use charge when you walk?
Direct personal material requests.
Oh my god, you guys are completely over some other shit. I don't care about that. Anyways. But yeah, if you play a lot of shooters and you hope on this shooter, I'd say you should keep muzzle brake on most of your guns. So you don't have that feeling of the first shot accuracy being really ass. You should definitely keep the muscle break on. But like, if you only play this game and you don't give a fuck, you're gonna learn everything eventually, man. Just take it off, you know, just put some other shit, you know? It doesn't matter. And like, for a lot of weapons, like, here's the thing, it doesn't work for every weapon, it works for most weapons. Because most weapons have like a first shot kick. Some others, like this baby over here, this beautiful baby that I love so much, does not have that problem. It will go over here. And we see the spray pattern. Pretty closer. You see that this is not as big of a gap. Man, I love this weapon. So you don't really need to add the muscle break on this one. If anything, I overcompensate at some point because I'm very used to the other guns. But then you try this gun and it's like so, like, it's perfect. Like, you see that I'm literally overcompensating. You don't even need to like do anything. Like, yeah, it's because like I try to compensate for the other guns, but you literally don't even have to compensate anything. Oh yeah. Well. I love it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're a gamer that plays a bunch of shooters, I really recommend you use muscle break on a lot of guns. Like, if you're feeling like the gun is kicking too much, put a muscle break. Trust me. It's gonna help you a long fucking way. Look at that. How beautiful that is. And now take it off. It might not seem that different, but it fucking is. You see that? And you see that. It may not seem like a lot, but it is. It is a lot. And like, a mí me the control the most. You can. So you're like, you're putting way more effort than you should have to. Cause like, let's think about it, like, yeah, this is like a nice scenario that's never gonna happen, right? The guy's never gonna be standing like this in front of you for you to play to the most perfect recoil. It's gonna be moving around, you're gonna be moving around, it's gonna be leaning, you do crouching, it's gonna be browning like this. You want to have the best recoil that you can, the most predictable recoil for your round to go like, okay, very simple, you just pull down. Just pull down. No crazy shit. Just pull down. Simple as that. You can learn everything else for yourself. What about the last Scorpio? Usella, this one. Yeah. I've never really used this gun. Oh my. That seems pretty manageable. Yeah. It's like the Vector a little bit. Oh. Oh, you don't get to see that though. Yeah, and he fucks with you a little bit. What the fuck? That's so weird. That's so weird. That's such a weird recoil. That is such a weird fucking recoil. Holy fuck, look at that, man. The difference with muscle break. Look at that, bro. Look at that. This is with muscle break. Another try with them. Shit. Okay, wow, actually with them. Just because it's random. But it feels more consistent. Yeah. So what muscle break is giving you is just giving you consistency. With the recoil. It's making the recoil way more consistent. Yeah. It makes it way more consistent. It's still awful, but...
Can be found on your personal terminal.
You gotta pull a lot to the right, from what I'm seeing. Something like that. Yeah. I don't like the gun. Well, actually, it's kind of like okay. Does it do more damage up close? Oh, that damage is kind of powerful though. So I'd say this is like a worse version of the Vector. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is literally, that gun is literally a worse version of the Vector. Do you like the Vtu better? Yeah. I'd say put the Vector as the number one though. It by far feels the most consistent. And this one on top of the other gun. Yeah. It's because it follows a pattern. The other gun is kind of like a mess. Oops, sorry. Otherwise, it's chunk of secondary SMG. And this will be the last one because we've been here for a while now. But I hope you understood what I meant. That's all that matters to me. If they understood what I meant. That's the only important.
Mission details are all. Only discuss them with officers.
Oh, it's one of those that does the weird shit of like doing. Yeah. You really cannot control this gun completely. But you know, it's not a gun for you to like try to get the best of it. It's more of a gun to like close encounter. You know? It's the pinnacle of what we were talking about earlier. Of not caring about first shot recoil. You just spam. No, from my understanding, what people do is this of burst firing it. Because worst fire has like a pattern. Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't know. And this stuff is gonna do low sense because I won't be able to pull down anything from my wrist.
Reminder to check in with family protection this week.
Just gotta get used to it, man. That's the only way. Like, if you wanna get better, that is. If you don't care, then by any means. But if you do care about, like, getting better, you have to change that. Like, yeah, that's the only way. Can I get a bigger table to improve my shooters? You know? Yeah. It depends how big it is. I have a pretty big table. I cruise movement, I go side to side. You do. I cannot show mine because I will dox myself because I put something on the mouse pad. But I have a pretty big one. That was weird. That was fucking weird. What the fuck? Sorry. I was looking at the cat. I don't know what that was. That was weird. I'm gonna start Discord. Oh, now it works. Yeah, so you have like half of my space. I think I have 4 times your mousepad. Like, use that 4 of your mousepads, and that's my space. Actually, to the sides, a little longer. So, like, how my mousepad is like to the sides is longer than up and down, because you don't really need that much up and down. But side to side, you cannot do. Yeah. I couldn't to find this sad measurement. I'm trying to right now. And I can't find it. Damn. I have the order right here of when I got it. But I can't find the size that I ordered on. Wait! Okay, I might have found it. I'm like, I have an XR. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I think this was like custom made. This is the size of the mouse pad. Yeah. That's the size of my mouse pad. And yeah, what back? I used to play games on the phone, so I will be forced to use at a moment because the place lay down. That's sad, man. I mean, for non-competitive games, it doesn't really matter, but yeah. You know, it sucks. I was playing on a table. I don't remember, Matt, that I used to have half of what you have right now. And that's why I played that insane sensitivities because of that. So I get that, but yeah. Well, we got a new video.
Call me.
By the way, so far, are you guys enjoying the Just Chatting stream? Though we're missing it a little with getting on and off games, but has it been enjoyable so far? It's all I care about. Also, we're missing a lot of people today. I've just realized we still have some chatting going on, which I appreciate. Yeah, I just realized a lot of people that didn't come on today. Weird. But I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. The yapping. Guys? I'm fucking scared, man, because the fucking internet. It went down earlier, but even when it only went down for some services, like YouTube died. The YouTube still died, but Twitch stayed up. Fucking weird. I like hearing you talk about what you like. Thank you, I like talking about what I like. Understandably so. Alright, let's put this.
Achieving calm aim. If you watch this entire calm aim. To achieve calm aim, what it really told me to achieve calm.
Let's put a list completing viewing experience. Yeah. I don't like when you guys argue.
Calm aim. If you watch this entire video.
Why are players so obsessed with calm aim, and why is it even trending right now? I recently came across a big problem with calm aim that most players don't even think about. But before getting into that, let me quickly explain what calm aim is. Simply put, calm aim is basically aiming in a relaxed and a controlled way. It makes it easier to maintain consistency in gunfights and helps avoid fatigue. Calm aim is achieved by gripping your mouse lightly without any tension in your arm. It's supposed to look effortless. That's why watching players like Kankank, Yay or Aspaz is so enjoyable. Their aim looks so smooth and on point. Okay, but here's the thing. I came across this study by Professor Leon E. Smith, and he found out that applying tension to your arm leads to quicker reaction times. Mr. Smith ran a test on 40 college men and found out that during condition of tension, reaction and movement times were significantly faster than when the arm was relaxed.
Did they really have to do a test for this? I don't think you even need to do any test for this. You just have to look at biology. I don't know, maybe I'm weird. Maybe it's just me.
Now here is the problem. If I play with tension, my arm wears out. But according to Mr. Smith, if I play with calm aim, I'm the one who reacts slower. I'm always the one who gets one tapped. Before we try to find a solution for this problem, I'm gonna need my lab coat and test this for myself. Now I'm ready, but I need a partner. Let me call my friend Chris.
Yo, Prince.
Yo, what's up, Chris? I need your help.
Yeah?
Okay, so I found out that when you tense, you actually shoot faster, and I want to try this out.
Okay. So how can I help you?
Okay, just get on Valorant for now. I'll tell you what to do.
I want to say something. And I'm very sorry. But this guy, for me, he looks a little creepy. The way he looks at you. Does he not? I think it's because of the color of the eyes. I always have like I don't like it, you know? When somebody has like some tone of color of their eyes like this and they look at you like, I don't know, they're like tired, I guess. Like non-expressive like I do. Wait, I think it's the color of the eyes, like it's that, you know, feeling. It's different, like if somebody like with black eyes looks at you the same way. I don't know, I've always had trouble with that. I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Okay, sure. Wait a second.
Just thought, you know, a feeling.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to go behind this wall.
An eerie feeling.
Okay.
Yeah. And peek me until you hit the wall.
Oh, he's fucking radiant. Holy.
Right, so I'm gonna shoot you when you make contact with me. Okay, I wanna test my reaction time.
Pistol 6
like
or
this?
letters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm gonna test on a tense grip and a calm grip. Right, I'm gonna test my reaction time on both.
Okay, and then you compare like the results later and I peek you over and over, or?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god. Poor
Okay,
guy.
very nice. I'm gonna switch over to calm grip now. Just keep going.
This looks so stupid.
How many times do you have to do this, Prince?
100?
What? 100? Are you serious? I got to do.
Yeah, this looks so stupid. Oh my god. I get it though. My son is extremely dark on my face deadpan. Beautiful for looking very angry at the video. I'm looking pissed off. You know, I've never had that, but like, yeah, you can imagine me like those anime girls you see down that look extremely depressed on a messed up room, just with their leg on the table, one leg on the table, and just playing with the controller, like completely. You know this? What the fuck is the name of this bitch? The one that she has an anime, and she potentially plays yaoi games. It's extremely famous. Holy fuck, I don't know the name. But they kinda look like that. Except I'm always very serious.
Now that we have our 100 runs for both tense and calm aim, all we need to do is measure the exact time between making contact with Chris and taking the shot. To do this, I'll use an editing software. I recorded the entire test in 120 FPS so I can count the exact frames it took me to react. I have to do this clip by clip and then add the calculation in a sheet. And I need to do this for about 100 times.
Yeah,
Okay, this took a while, but it's complete now. And it seems like Professor Leon Smith was right. With calm aim, it took me about an average of 25.2 frames to take my shot, which equals to 209.7 ms. Now here is where it gets exciting. Using a tense grip, it only took me 192.1 ms to react. The difference is 17 milliseconds. Now this doesn't sound like a lot, but in my opinion, it's game changing. This is literally what dictates whether you win or lose duels. When I compared the grips using a median instead of the average value, the results get even more significant, since the difference here is 25 milliseconds. Now I know the results of this test are subjective, and that maybe 100 runs are just too little, but these results align really well with the study presented by Mr. Smith. Okay, now the question is, where do we go from here? I like calm aim, and I see the benefits of it. I also want to play with
the editing of this guy, I'm gonna say, it's really good. The editing is really good.
fatiguing and become more consistent.
I like it.
But at the same time, I don't want to lose reaction time. And I sure as hell don't want to play gripping my mouse like this. Okay, so can we achieve calm aim without sacrificing tension? Yes, we can. Here is how. Appropriate your grip. By appropriating your grip, you're essentially telling your arm that this is your default stance. So it doesn't need to force anything or sacrifice tension willingly. This gives you best of both worlds. You maintain your reaction time without the need to death grip your mouse. Here's how to appropriate your grip in just 2 steps. Step 1, identify your grip. The 3 main grips players use are palm, claw, and fingertip. Obviously there are hybrids, but these are the main 3 we're going to focus on. After you identify your grip, you move on to step 2. Exaggerate your grip. For palm grip, where your entire hand rests on the mouse, all you want to do is curve your pinky and your thumb to the maximum. Maintaining your original grip, try to pinch the mouse with your pinky and thumb. For claw grip, do the same, but this time use an aggressive claw grip. All your fingers should curve to the maximum. For the fingertip grip, you push your mouse in so that it sits on your thenar muscle.
I have an extremely weird way of holding the mouse. So the way I hold the mouse, like the mouse, I guess some shit like that. So the way I hold the mouse, this is my palm. Let me look at it right now. Wait, let me make a better mouse, you know. What's a nice shape? I think I can just do that. What? Why isn't this a spring? So lost. Paint, what are you doing? Alright, I'm just gonna do that. Kinda. Let's say this is the mouse. Yeah? This is a mouse. So my palm sits somewhere around here. Basically, then I put the big finger here. My God, please. I'll put the big finger there. And the next one somewhere around here. Now my middle finger is sitting here on the scroll wheel. I'll put the scroll wheel there. Something like that. It's like sitting right here. And this finger is like here. Kind of like around the edge. And then my pinky, which is important, is somewhere around here. Yeah. I like a little bit more like that. That's my pinky. This is how I hold the mouse. This is an extremely off way to do it. And I don't recommend doing this because you have to like train your pinky to have a lot of control. This is how I hold the mouse. This is my pinky right here. I have my palm very far back like that as well. I feel soft. Put a hand on top of the mouse. I only put half of the palm. Or like move. Actually no, I do put most of the palm. That's exactly how I hold the mouse. So like you only have the pinky on the side. I only have the pinky on the side to move to the other side. Now I think you're getting the ground picture. It's because it's hard to put, man. I don't know how to put it in a way that you could see more better. I don't know I could do it. But I do think you're getting the ground idea. Nah, this is gonna be impossible on pain. It's gonna be impossible, but I just know that I have a like extremely weird way to put my hand. I just cannot picture it on pain. It's too impossible.
Basically your inner thumb. And then you just curve both your pinky.
At this, because I put my hand in a way that's completely weird. It's just weird.
And ring finger. This appropriates your grip. And by doing this, you're telling your body to calm aim, not your brain. Achieving calm aim naturally. The aggressive version of your grip gives you the exact tension that you need. To verify our new grip, we ran the same test in Valorant. This time, my claw grip appropriated. And again, I had Chris peek me 50 times. The appropriated grip was about 15 milliseconds faster than the calm grip. And the results are similar to the tense grip we've tested earlier, meaning we were able to maintain the advantages of the tense grip. Now you might be wondering, Prince, am I not still tensing here? You are, but this is controlled tension, which is different from the strict tension you experience in panic situations. With this controlled grip, your brain won't feel the need to panic and squeeze the mouse during gunfights, which leads to the inconsistencies and the fatigue. This slight steady tension maintains good reaction times while preventing the wear out caused by panic squeezing. See you in the next one.
I guess, man, I don't know. But it's okay, it doesn't really teach you anything. It's just... I don't know, like... I didn't get many value from this video, I'd say. It's just addressing a problem. I got another video? Sure. There was another video criticizing coming, but this guy's videos on the weather in the first 10 seconds, supposed to do some based in the sun animation. It is a really good quality video. And this video was like 7 videos down compared to the other ones. You can put the other one. But you got a tiger from Stefan. I don't know, man. I was just born that way. I was just built like that.
You may have seen some
I'm doing this as we speak. I am doing this as we speak.
pro players sitting with their face almost touching the screen, and even some who sit very far back from it. Right now, most of us are likely sitting at about an arm's length from screen, wondering why these players have adopted such a radical position. And that's exactly what I'll be answering throughout this video, and believe me, there is more than meets the eye with this topic. There are some significant implications for your aim, mouse sensitivity, field of view, and even your ability to clutch in stressful situations. While I'll mostly be focusing on aiming in FPS games, there are some useful findings for other genres like MOBAs and MMOs as well. The obvious variable that's being changed when moving closer or further away from the screen is the size of it in our own field of view, and subsequently the size of the targets on our screen, depending on how you.
The bigger reason why you're doing this is reacting time. You do that pose also good? No, so the thing is, I learned to do it. I do it in a way that it doesn't fuck my back over. So like I get as close as I can to the table. I don't tilt forward that much. But I like taught myself to do that. So I don't fuck my back, I only fuck my eyes. Because doing this, you're fucking your eyes permanently. And I'm probably gonna go blind by 30 or 40 or like almost blind. So you shouldn't do this. I'm just doing this for the clips. And also, Lucia, that's not rare, using your fingers. It's a name style. Like, yeah, no, don't worry, you're not alone. A lot of people do that. I could never. I could never use my fingers. This how people become gremlins? No, I don't look like XQC.
Just like MOBAs and MMOs as well. The obvious variable that's being changed when moving closer or further away from the screen is the size of it in our own field of view, and subsequently the size of the targets on our screen. Depending on how you measure it, humans have about 200 degrees field of view horizontally and 135 degrees vertically. You can see this for yourself quite easily too. If you were to draw a line horizontally from your eyes, that would be 180 degrees. Yet when looking forward, you can probably see your own hand movements from just behind that line. To further put this into context, I'm currently looking at this target dummy in Apex Legends. My eyes are 65 centimeters away, and the target is 8 centimeters high and 3 centimeters wide. Before I tell you, take a quick guess as to what percentage of my field of view that this target occupies. If your initial guess was anything like mine was, then you're way off. It is only 0.069% of my field of view, if we assume it's a 2D rectangle, which it isn't, but it's
This video has too many maths, man.
close enough to get the idea.
Too much
If
math.
I moved closer, so I was 20 centimeters away, it jumps up to 0.7%, so almost 1% now.
Dude, I wonder how close I am to the screen, actually. I'm like 2 palms. Like sometimes I get really close. I don't know, man. If I want to pull my phone, I'd say I'm like my phone and a half. Usually.
And if I go even closer to 5 centimeters away, it jumps all the way up to 9.6% of my total field of view. This shows us that the perceived target size grows exponentially the closer we get to the screen.
So you're so basically doing this, what you're doing is changing your FOV in real life. Like, maps away all the fucking bullshit numbers. What you're doing is changing the FOV in real life. Simple as that.
A 5 centimeter change when you're sitting back hardly changes anything, but 5 centimeters when your face is right up near the screen makes a huge difference. The other piece of this puzzle is the angle of our eye's ability to focus. We can only see things in sharp, high detail in about 1 to 2 degrees, known as foveal vision. This extends out to about 5 degrees, becoming progressively less detailed and is known as parafoveal vision. In this sheet of numbers, when looking at the 8, I can comprehend the 7471 to the right, 1688 to the left, 3 and...
Is this gonna have a lot of maths? I think that's a little bit too nerdy. Yeah, this surpasses my nerdiness. That's not math? No, but like, you know, you're not understanding what I'm saying, so like... I'm talking about stuff like this, like centimeter per like... whatever the fuck this was. Too many numbers, bro. This guy is calculating things. This is gonna be the whole video. Yeah. I'm just gonna skip that part.
A fascinating component of your distance to the screen is how it
I don't care
changes
about
your
numbers.
perception of mouse sensitivity and the speed of targets moving on your screen. Check this out, and you can try this too if you like. Here I am doing some close range flicks to a target while sitting a bit under arm's length from the screen. They're consistent, and I have a good idea of how far to move my mouse to close that distance. But if I suddenly move very close to my monitor, I start over-aiming the flicks. The distance between my crosshair and the target is the same, my sensitivity is identical, and despite this, I am now over-aiming. What we have changed is the size of the target and the distance between it and my crosshair within my own field of vision. Because the distance appears to be larger, I feel like I have to aim further than before. The exact same thing happens if you change your field of view in-game. If I go from 105 to 80, I suddenly start over-aiming, despite having the exact same centimeters per 360. The opposite also happens when increasing field of view and or increasing the distance to the screen. You start to under-aim and feel like your sensitivity is suddenly lower. This is also why we don't use a centimeters per 360 conversion for our ADS and zoom. It may seem logical on the surface that you should move your mouse the same distance for a 360 no matter the zoom, but in practice it doesn't work. I'll quickly explain this using an example I made for a Kovacs video a while back. At 100 horizontal field of view, if we move 1 degree to the right, it will move 1/100th of the scene out of view. And at 1 horizontal field of view, if we move 1 degree, it will move 100% of the scene out of view. So even if
Holy
you use
shit,
the
bro.
exact same centimeters per 360 for both examples, they will feel wildly different as the pixels per degree differs greatly. This is precisely why we don't use a direct centimeters per 360 conversion for scopes, as the change in pixels per degree can make them feel extremely fast in comparison. This is why scopes have sensitivity multipliers attached to them. While moving our eyes closer to the screen isn't technically changing the game's pixels per degree, the same principle applies. By moving closer, the same on-screen movements are suddenly moving objects around our scene more drastically than before, giving the appearance of things moving further and faster. You may be thinking that this sounds a bit back to front. Doesn't high field of view usually make things feel faster? Well, yes, but that's primarily because of the environment warping toward the edges. Around the center, things are just as stable as they would be on a lower field of view.
Okay, so this metric is very easy. The more FV, the better you can track. Like the bigger the FV, the better the tracking is. But the more harder you're gonna have of time when you're shooting targets at a distance. So at the end of the day, you're always giving something away. The reason why I used to play on like 60 FOV or like the lowest is because I didn't really care about tracking, because I never really played this type of games where tracking was really important. I never really cared. I was just, you know, I don't need it. I'm not giving away anything because I don't get to use it. But overall, I think high FOV might be better. I think through time and I play more games, I've changed the perspective. On how I view FOV anyways. Currently trying to min-max 90. I just track of optical illusion. 21 per 9 aspirations peak. 12 per 9 right now. Yeah. 12 per 9.
And the center of the screen is what we care most about when aiming. It's getting a little outside the scope of this video, but I may as well quickly cover it here. Pros and players alike tend to play on higher fields of view when available. Most probably put this down to seeing more information, but there's more to it. Aiming feels easier on a higher field of view because of that perceived lower mouse sensitivity. You can think of it like gaining the precision benefits of low sense without incurring the physical limitations that come with playing on a low sense. For example,
Bro, what the fuck was that, man?
Incurring the physical limitations that come with playing on a low sense. For example, 35 centimeters at 110 field of view in Apex, which is equivalent to 123 horizontal field of view, is starting to feel pretty low, but in lower field of view games like Overwatch at 103 horizontal field of view, 35 centimeters feels more like a mid-range sense. To best utilize higher FOVs, you want to avoid that weird warping at the edges. Watch this. At 110 field of view and my typical screen distance, there's some warping at the edges, and I can almost see the lines here where it seems to start. If I move back, the warping gets much worse.
This depends a lot on the engine of the game you're playing. The blurriness is really dependent on the game you're playing and the engine that it's using. So I guess it comes down to how they use motion blur to generate pixels. I done that before, hold my hand by smashing it into a wall.
I'm very far back, it honestly looks atrocious. Yet if I move further forward, it all but disappears from my perception, and I can use max field of view in Apex without feeling nauseous. Alrighty, we have covered a lot of information, so hopefully you're still with me. Let's get into the practical applications of screen distance. One of the most interesting implications, in my opinion, is how the distance between your eyes and the screen changes your perception of mouse sensitivity. In particular, during tense engagements in-game, you may notice that you gradually move your head closer to the screen. What this means is that throughout this...
But I got so good at controlling my body that I never do this anymore. And this took a lot of practice, but I don't do it anymore. So the way I learned how to do it is I kept in my mind at all times that the higher up of my spine must be touching the chair. So I focused on it so much for so long that my brain naturally goes like that. So I'm constantly with my spine on the chair. I never adapt this position where I start tilting down. And if it comes to the point that I don't do this, that you hear it all the time that I'm always trying to move the chair forward. You probably have heard this many times before when I'm doing it. I'm just trying to, hear the noise, just trying to push the chair forward. Instead of pushing my body, backing up my spine, I'm moving the chair. The chair becomes me in a way. Which is kind of annoying because then I cannot find a right position and then I suffer a lot. Because it's very hard to find that sweet spot by moving the whole thing. I've just transformed my brain to do it. And it doesn't matter now, but in years, it's gonna matter a lot. I'm saving my spine. I'm fucking my eyes now. This is the price you gotta pay. This is one of the prices you gotta pay to be good. It's not free. You're giving something away. That's my eyesight.
Intense part of the game, you're essentially raising your mouse sensitivity and increasing the perceived speed of enemies moving around on your screen, which is the last thing you need in a time like that. And remember, this effect is exponentially stronger the closer you are to that screen. If you're sitting pretty far back, then the impact is mild, but if you're already close, moving your head forward another 20 centimeters or so can have a significant impact on your perceived sensitivity and enemy speed. This doesn't mean you shouldn't sit closer or that sitting far back is far superior, it's simply worth considering. If you find any downtime during tense moments, perhaps try to sneak in a quick posture check to get yourself back in order. In regards to being very close to the monitor, we tend to see this mostly with TAC FPS players in Counter-Strike and Valorant. In my opinion, this comes down to the structured and predictable nature of gameplay. There is limited mobility, and with proper awareness and communication, being attacked from behind or the sides isn't that common. This means players can opt to put a massive emphasis on target size and clarity. By sitting so close, enemies are very easy to see around the center of the screen, and their relative size is very large, so they can feel easier to aim at. This can work because of the fast time to kill, predictable locations of enemies, and limited need for tracking.
I went for a night test the other day. Turns out my eyes are still good, and I don't need glasses yet. If I take off my glasses right now, I cannot see like a hand away from me. You put a hand horizontally, and anything past that hand, I can't see. I see a shadow, a blurry shadow. And further away, good luck.
These players are sacrificing the information in their peripheral vision for enhanced details around the center. While I can understand the potential benefits of being so close, it's not something I would personally recommend doing. The eye strain, postural issues, and reduced situational awareness don't really seem worth it to me. You should be able to achieve most of these same benefits without incurring so many drawbacks, with settling for a middle ground at around half arm's length. To find the distance that works best for you, it's important to consider that there isn't a perfect one-size-fits-all number, but we can follow some guidelines to find what works best for our own circumstances. First, what game are you playing? In my experience, playing on a 24.5-inch monitor, I tend to play most games at a bit under arm's length from the screen, which for me, with my head forward a little, is about 55 centimeters. In FPS games where enemy size is important, so battle royales like PUBG and Apex, I tend to use a closer setup around 40.
I think this is about my monitor. My monitor might be a little bit more extended to the side though.
5 to 55 centimeters.
I feel like
in a game like Overwatch, where engagements are fairly close and targets are bright and visible, a more comfortable 55 centimeters works just fine. In most,
I'm using one of the monitors that they used to be on tournaments. Like when I got this monitor, they were still being used on tournaments. That's why I got it.
MOBAs like Heroes of the Storm, where information toward the edges of the screen is very important, I find myself moving the monitor back, so I'd be playing at about 60 to 65 centimeters. Any closer and gameplay can start to feel claustrophobic, where the important edges of my screen and of battles can start to feel undefined and hard to track. The same goes for games like World of Warcraft, where UI elements provide crucial information, so being able to comfortably see the screen without needing massive eye movements
I was like, wait, what the fuck? He's moving the game with his hand?
My recommendation would be to experiment with your distance in some throwaway games, or by watching high-resolution VODs of that game. But be careful though, if the quality is too low, you may move closer to compensate, which isn't a fair test. The idea is to experience what differences you notice and where the sweet spot between comfort and detail sits for you. Keeping in mind that if you are playing the game while testing, that you're...
Did he use that? He used this on the other video.
Sits for you. Keeping in mind that if you are playing the game while testing, that your perceived mouse sensitivity and target speed will be changing. So try not to judge this based on your performance alone. You're looking for the image size that
he's so
feels best to
NA.
look at in your game. Performance can come later. If you do
I know because it's our Playboy Carti.
You end up changing your screen distance, whether that's further forward or backwards, give yourself some time to adjust to it and get comfortable with your settings again. You may want to adjust your sensitivity slightly, so if you moved closer, you could lower it, and if you moved further away, you could increase it. Not by much, you'd just be looking to make it feel the way it did before you changed that distance. And finally, your ergonomics and health matter. Sitting at a desk for hours on end is bad enough as it is, without throwing in complications from forward head posture or eye strain. So my advice is to keep that distance reasonable and sustainable. Also, try to line up your eyes with the top third of your monitor to reduce neck and eye strain. This has been a topic I've wanted to cover for a while now. There is so much nuance to it that I wanted to get into, so hopefully the information dump wasn't too much or too boring. Let me know if you'd like to see more in-depth videos like this one, or if I should try to keep them
comparison, Overwatch feels
shorter
like
and
shit.
focus
You
on
look,
the
you look shooting, it looks like shit.
You can check out the Clawmate mouse mod I designed over at struthgaminggear.com. Video all about how it works right here. Thanks so much for watching. Be sure to subscribe for more content like this, and I'll catch you in the next one.
I don't know. Cool video. Too much math though. I didn't like it as much as the other ones. It was okay though. Yeah. I'm not I don't really look at the numbers. And so Lucia, please. Please, Lucia. I know it's annoying. I get it. Yeah, that's about it. I'm gonna call it an end. It's Monday, guys. I like his channel. And yeah, I've seen this shit. I saw that. That only works if you shoot guns in real life. Otherwise, well, I don't think it'll work. But yeah. It's okay, that was fun. What did I... Yeah. It was fun. I think we had a pretty good stream so far. Hey, you guys enjoyed the stream? They like to go to y'all. Chatting? You chatting today? But they help in the game for a little bit. In a couple of them, but hey. I really hope you enjoyed that. I do. I'm trying my best here. And I've been trying to pronounce things better. Although I feel like I sound stupid, but I don't know. I am trying. What we were talking about the other day of pronunciation and shit. I don't know. Try to find something you might like to watch on the stream and know about. Yes, because it's very hard because I'm not very knowledgeable. I appreciate it, eh? You gave us like 4 hours of content. So yeah, thank you. They were really fun videos and I liked them. I didn't expect them to give us this much to talk about. That's great, hell yeah. It was pretty fun to lurk and listen, fun to hear you talk about aiming stuff. I'm such a nerd for aiming. Though it'd be easier to react to and have... I thought it would be easier to react to and have an opinion. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because it's one of those very few things in life that I do know a lot about. And I love talking about. Sadly, I'm not a great teacher and like... I have hard times even explaining things that I know so well. we'll get the hang of it. Yeah. Shoro. But yeah, Monday is here, so gotta go suffer. I'm cool with Wraith. Rape is cool. I know. Thanks. Wait, what? Oh. Oh yeah. I didn't have my raids around here. They raided me a couple times before I never fucking raided back. Sorry for chatting too much? What do you mean? It's not that you chat too much, it's that people didn't chat that much. Yeah, there were a lot of people that were home today that usually come chatting, but not today for some reason. I don't know. You just feel the chat because there wasn't much interaction. That's fine, I appreciate it. I'd rather that than no chats at all. That having a chat with no chat, man, that's tough. So you eased it up a little bit. But yeah, I'm gonna rate serums, yeah. And yeah, I'll do my papai. Before I go, if there's anybody new to the channel, I wanna let you know that I stream every single day at 10 AM CT, 4 AM EST, and 1 AM PST at all the same time. You'll also got my socials on the Twitch chat if you want to check them out, especially my Twitter or my weekly schedule. And I'll do my goodbye. So, nothing much more to say other than thank you so much for watching. And as always, we'll see on the next stream. Bye bye, take care, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.